Yeah. Okay, we're going on there. All right, thanks. Good evening, folks. This is Ron Tyler with the Emergency Management Associates coming to you live from the Crossroads of the West in Salt Lake City, Utah. The time right now is good evening, everyone. This is Ron Tyler with the Emergency Management Associates coming to you live from the Crossroads of the West in Salt Lake City, Utah. The time right now is 6:02 p.m. Mountain Standard Time in the United States of America on Saturday, February 15th, 2019. We want to welcome everyone who has joined us tonight um, here in our chat room who will join us any time later tonight. We want to welcome you all here and we thank you for joining us on Emergency Management Associates and also those who will join us a little bit later, either on this broadcast tonight or at a later date. We thank you for joining us. We appreciate you being here. It's an honor to have you here. We want to tell you that. We want to thank everyone who was with us last night for our special broadcast regarding the earthquakes we had yesterday and also the coronavirus. That was a special broadcast. We covered everything. We covered everything under the sun. And then we had our dear friend Red, who has a program here on the on the Freedom Revolution Network, who joined us last night on the Emergency Management Associates and the Clarity After Dark program. Um, it was a pleasure to have her on the air with us to tell us more about what happened with her son and everything that went on. And it was just very much a special experience. So we want to thank Red for having joined us last night, and also for clarity, our wonderful co-host Scarlett last night, and we want to welcome her here with us tonight. Scarlett, are you with us? I don't think she's with us yet. No, Scarlett has not joined us. We've asked Scarlett to be here with us. She went out of her way today and went and got some emergency preparedness supplies, of which we really appreciate. But we wanted to tell you exactly um, everything that was bought, because I think you guys are going to want to know exactly what she went and got at the store, because each and every one of us can do the same thing, literally. So, with that said, she will be joining us in just a very few minutes. We also have some other things that we want to share with you tonight. We've had an awful lot of things going on. Uh, Earthquakes. Let's talk about earthquakes. We've had numerous earthquakes today. I am going to start down in the Pacific Ocean as we normally do. I am going to bring up the map. I first want to let everybody know, for everybody that wants to follow us, we use the USGS map of the world, and also we go and use the EMSC map. Um, you can find that map on My Earthquakes app on your phones, and you can follow along with us. Today, the large earthquake that happened down in the South Pacific was near Lambasa, Fiji, Lambasa, Fiji. This was a earthquake that shook the area, a large 5.2. It was approximately 92 kilometers, or approximately 52 miles northeast of Lambasa, Fiji. This was not a deep quake. Well, it could have been a deep quake. Um, USGS has this at 10 kilometers deep, which really means that they have no idea how deep this earthquake was. Really, they don't have any clue how deep this earthquake was. Um, Excuse me a second. I don't know what happened to our earthquake map. Well, this is weird. This is really, really weird. Okay, I hope we have this back with you. Okay, hold on a second. Here we go. Okay, folks, let's go back here to the South Pacific again. We had this 5.2 magnitude earthquake, which was 10 kilometers deep, which means the USGS does not either want to let us know exactly how deep this earthquake is, or the seismologist really couldn't tell. Last July 4th or 5th, Miss Lucy Jones from the USGS was talking about the earthquake that was just northeast of Los Angeles over in Ridgecrest, and she said that 10-kilometer deep earthquakes are either 10 kilometers deep or they don't really know how deep they were. Those were her words. So this is a 10-kilometer deep earthquake, folks. Um, do I trust that? I don't know what to do. Only because I know the dishonesty that has been involved in the past, and us not being able to trust what they say. Enough said with that. Um, over here in central Indonesia, we had a large mid-range 5.6 magnitude earthquake, 278 kilometers south of Sorong, Indonesia. Now I'm going to enlarge this map. If you'll let me enlarge this map. All right. This was over, this is the Banda Sea right now. This is the Banda Sea. So this earthquake, 5.6, was on a fracture zone. This fracture zone is part of a subduction plate, a subduction tectonic area. This whole area here, this entire area of Papua New Guinea, in Indonesia, all this whole area is a subduction area. One plate subducting under another. And this is just one earthquake fault that is under subduction. That's why this earthquake hit. This is the subduction area, 5.6 magnitude quake here, hit here. This was 18.8 kilometers deep, a very shallow earthquake, a very shallow earthquake. Now, we don't show any earthquakes over here in Java, either South Java or North Java here. However, we know that there are a lot more earthquakes than they are showing here. Now, we also have a 5.4 earthquake over here in the Molucca Sea. Up here in the Molucca Sea, 5.4 magnitude earthquake, 126 kilometers, or approximately 80 miles northwest of Kota, Ternate, Indonesia. We have had numerous earthquakes in this same area, and numerous large earthquakes in the same area, even as much as a 6.0 in recent months. So this is not too surprising. Two large 5.0 and over earthquakes within about, I want to say, 1,200 miles of each other. And knowing that this area is a subduction area, there are approximately 7 or 8 different faults, different plates that are interacting here. They're interacting this whole area. So this is not too surprising. And they keep hitting. So those of you that have asked me in the past, and I've explained to each of you individually, and I'm explaining to our entire group that's listening, this area, this whole area, Indonesia and up into the Philippines, is a subduction area. Okay. Now, north of here, we had a 4.8 magnitude earthquake near Tobelo, Indonesia, 457 kilometers northwest of Tobelo, Indonesia. This is also out in the ocean. None of these quakes here, not even the Limbaza, Fiji quake, was anywhere near land. Fortunately for them, it wasn't, because if any of these earthquakes had hit land, there would have been people probably injured and maybe even suffered fatalities in those areas. But as I keep explaining to everyone, when it happens out, these earthquakes occur out in the open ocean, the water dampens the effect of the seismic energy. While some of these islands, some of these nations may feel the quake, it won't be as devastating as if it had hit land. Okay? Even this 4.8 earthquake is a very strong earthquake, but it happened out in the open ocean. Now, over here, northwest of there, in Sarangani, Philippines, this was 246 kilometers southeast of Sarangani, Philippines. Sarangani is up here on the southeast end of Mindanao Island here, Mindanao, Philippines. The Mindanao, Philippines has had its share of earthquakes as well. Just months ago, it had a 6.3, a 6.5, a 6.7, and then a 7.2 magnitude earthquake in Davao, Philippines, right in the middle of the Mindanao, Philippines island here. And today they had an earthquake off the coast, off the southeast coast, of 4.7 magnitude. Okay. Now I'm telling you, these are not the only earthquakes. These are the earthquakes that USGS is telling us about. Okay. Over here, north of Subtang, Philippines, we had a 4.9 5.0 magnitude quake here. Okay. This earthquake hit um, approximately 56 kilometers west southwest of Subtang, again out in the open ocean. So the inhabitants of Subtang, Philippines, possibly felt a little bit of shaking, but because this happened out in the open ocean, there was probably little or no damage in the Philippines from this earthquake. Now, the next earthquakes that I'm going to tell you about, I was going to possibly tell you about by doing an earlier broadcast today, but I was trying to wait for more information about these quakes. Um, this happened 14 kilometers south southwest of Hualien, Taiwan. Hualien, Taiwan. Now, I'm going to enlarge this map just a little bit. Okay. This earthquake here, 5.1, happened off the coast of Hualien, Taiwan. Just northeast of there, a 5.2 earthquake hit, 16 kilometers south of Hualien. Now, 16 kilometers is like 9 miles off the coast of Taiwan. This one hit, and it was 17 kilometers, which is basically the same thing, approximately 9 miles. Okay. This particular one that we've highlighted here in blue happened at 19:20:11 UTC. This happened at 11:05 UTC. So this one happened before this 5.1. 5.2 happened before the 5.1. Now let's go over to the one that hit over 16 kilometers south southwest of Hualien, Taiwan. This hit on land. This was a 5.7 magnitude earthquake. A 5.7 magnitude earthquake. This has the capability of doing extreme damage. Now, let me go and pull up the information on this earthquake. This happened in the middle of the night over there in Taiwan. So let's find out what the news media is now saying about the damage of this earthquake. Okay, hold on a second. All right. Excuse me a second. I have got to get something to drink. The GDAC, actually GDACS.org people are calling it a green earthquake only because it is a natural earthquake and it was likely to happen. Again, this is a subduction area. Of course, it's likely to happen. Okay. Um, gosh. They don't even have any information still. Nobody has any current information still. This really bothers me. This was a very strong earthquake. A 5.7 magnitude earthquake is a very large earthquake. And nobody is telling anything about it. Nobody's saying anything about it. I can go and find maps of earthquakes today, but so far, they say the biggest earthquake that hit Taiwan in recent memory was on September 27th or 21st, 1999, and it reached about 7.5 magnitude earthquake on the Richter scale, and it killed nearly 2,500 people. No, we don't have any information. They're reporting an earthquake last February 26th, uh, 2018, last year, 6.4, that hit at 11:50 p.m. and centered about 14 miles northeast of Hualien. That killed approximately 4 people. This was not quite as strong, a 5.7 magnitude earthquake, and it hit in the middle of the night in Taiwan, but nobody has any information on this earthquake. This is totally blowing my mind. I checked about an hour before we went on the air, and I did not see anything, and they're still not showing anything. It blows my mind. We have a large earthquake in the world, and nobody's talking about it. Nobody's talking about it. Okay, as soon as we do get information, I promise we will be passing it on there. The sun is, I believe the sun is just barely coming up on Sunday um, over there in Taiwan right now. And so we should be having some kind of reports. I thought for sure by now we would have reports about all three of these earthquakes. Okay, this one happened at 11 p.m. and 26 seconds UTC. This one happened 5 minutes later. It's 5.2 offshore. And then this 5.1 happened after that at 15:19:20 UTC. So, needless to say, um, we're not going to be getting any information about this earthquake um, for a while yet. But I believe there's probably damage and injuries over there in Taiwan. So we're going to be looking forward to getting some more information about this earthquake. So those are the three large earthquakes that hit over by Taiwan today. I am going now to go up here to Japan, off the coast of Japan. We had this 4.0 magnitude quake. It was a moderate earthquake, a 4.0, 101 kilometers, approximately 60 miles southeast of Shingu, Japan. Shingu, Japan today, off the coast. Okay. Last night we had a large earthquake out here in the open ocean in the Ryukyu Islands, and they've taken that one off the map. Now, one other earthquake that's happened today off the coast of Kushiro, Japan, which is um, off the coast of Honshu and also Hokkaido. It's southeast of Hokkaido and northwest of Honshu. This was a 4.5 moderate earthquake, 240 kilometers or approximately 150, 160 miles south-southeast of Kushiro, Japan. And notice it's on the fault line here, on this great big fracture zone here in the North Pacific. All right, just south of Kamchatka Peninsula in the Kuril Islands, we had another 4.5 moderate earthquake. Yesterday, we had a 5.2 over here in the Kuril Islands. This is closer to Kamchatka, Russia. Now, some of that seismic energy that was over here in the Kuril Islands yesterday has probably caused this moderate earthquake just south of Kamchatka, also in the Kuril Islands today. Okay, I want to go over here to Chile. Now, I know for a fact we have more earthquakes in this here, but this was 23 kilometers southwest of Valparaiso, Chile, off the coast, a 3.5 magnitude earthquake off the coast of Valparaiso, Chile. Now, to get a good scope on what has actually happened today, let's go over to the EMSC through the My Earthquake app that we have here. And I'm going to show you what really happened. USGS is reporting 59 earthquakes. Let's go over here and really look at what has actually happened. According to Earthquake Tracker, we have, and I don't know. According to Earthquake Tracker, we have 228 earthquakes that have already hit here today, hit in the world today. Let's see, 229 earthquakes. According to the Volcanic Ash Advisory Center, we have now had 12,348 earthquakes since January 1 at midnight, December 31st going into January 1st, 2020. So that's a lot of earthquakes in about a month and a half. A lot of earthquakes. So let's go over to My Earthquake app here. Oh, come on. That's not what I wanted to do. So we've had 223 earthquakes today throughout the area of the world. So let's go and show you what had actually happened today. Okay, we had a numerous bunch of earthquakes, as we normally do, over here in New Zealand. This is New Zealand. We have earthquakes up here north of New Zealand, out here in the open ocean, the South Pacific, the North Island, and we have earthquakes down here on the South Island. Let's take a look at some of these. Okay. Off the north side, out in the open ocean near the Kermadec, we had a 4.2 magnitude earthquake. 4.2 magnitude earthquake in the Kermadec Islands. We lower the light here so you can see these earthquakes. A 4.29. Also, just southeast of there, we had a 3.95. I don't know why they keep doing that. 3.25 earthquake out there. Okay, notice where these earthquakes are. They're on the fracture zone, an earthquake fault that goes between New Zealand and the Fiji Tongan Islands. Okay, that's one of the ways that seismic energy travels between these islands. If a large earthquake or even a moderate earthquake that's deep, any earthquake that's deep, hits over in there in the Fiji Islands, Tonga, Samoa, or Solomon Islands, or Vanuatu. If it's a deep quake, that power could go south towards New Zealand because it's on the earthquake. They have earthquake faults that connect them, or it can go east, or it can go west. Okay, or it can go north. More than likely, it's going to go east, west, or south. Okay, it's going to go east towards Indonesia, Papua New Guinea, Indonesia area, and work its way uh, west and also north through the Philippines and up to Taiwan, Japan, Kamchatka uh, Peninsula in Russia, over through the Aleutian Islands and over into Alaska, and then back down south along the North American continent on the west coast. But in this case, we have a moderate earthquake, a small earthquake, and just north of New Zealand itself, Northern Island, New Zealand, we have a 2.5. And right next, literally right next to it, we have a 2.97. Then over in the bay, near the Bay of Plenty, just south of the Bay of Plenty, in Tapaho, Hokkaido, New Zealand, we have a 3.24. All but right next to it, we have a 2.25. So we're seeing threes right next to twos. Okay? Threes right next to twos. Now, I want to show you this next earthquake because literally it is at the volcano. And actually, that's not completely true because it is actually north of there, quite a bit north. This is a 2.22. The volcano, which is one of the super volcanoes, the Taupo volcano, is very much south of there, in the center of the country, center of the North Island, Taupo volcano, and there's a lake there. There's a lake in the crater. There's a lake in the crater. A lake in the crater. Go figure. So anyway, that's what that is. Going further south and west, we have a 2.49 on the North Island. Over in the Cook Strait, we have a 3.55 between the islands. And over on the South Island, southeast side, we have the northeast side of the South Island, we have a 2.39. And then over on the southwest side of the island, we have a 2.40. South of there, we have a 2.70. And south of there, we have a 2.41. 2.41. Now, we have had reports that they had a 4.0 there in New Zealand, but we have no earthquakes to show that. We have no earthquakes to show that, unfortunately. Now, let's go over here to Indonesia. As I said, they've had a lot more quakes than are showing up on the other map, USGS map. There's the one large earthquake that hit down here in south central Indonesia, and here's the other 5-pointer up here in the north central Indonesia. And there are aftershocks here and aftershocks there, and we have more earthquakes uh, going north into the Philippines. We have 2.9 and a 3.40 coming off just northeast of this large earthquake down in the Banda Sea area. Going up here, we have two other smaller earthquakes, a 4.8 north, 4.8, excuse me, a 4.5 right next to this um, five, right next to this 5.0. We have a 4.5 magnitude earthquake, an aftershock, and north of there we have a 4.8. Or 4.8 is here, and north of there we have a 4.7. 4.7. Now, that 4.7 was southeast of Sarangani, Philippines. The earthquake that the USGS did not tell us about was a 3.0 off the central east coast of Mindanao Island. 3.0, approximately 37 miles east of Manay, Philippines. Okay, off the central east coast of Mindanao, Philippines. Mindano's here. This is the earthquake there, and again, it's right on the fault, right directly on the fault, just southeast of Mindanao, Philippines. To the west, they've had a 3.2, 14 miles west of Slocone, Philippines. Slocone, Philippines. Okay. Then we go up towards Taiwan, just off the north coast of the North Island of the Philippines. We have a 3.2. And then we go up into Taiwan. Where we have the three large earthquakes over off the coast, over in Taiwan. And the EMSC has this not as a 5.6, but a 5.7 that hit over here in Taiwan today. A 5.7 is what they're calling it. They're putting it out as a 5.7 if you can read this. And I almost find it appalling that news media is not reporting anything out of Taiwan today. That's a very, very strong earthquake to hit Taiwan. Now, as I told you, Japan has also had more earthquakes than were reported by the other agency. This happened in South Japan, a 2.7 magnitude quake, the south end of Japan. And just off the coast from Tokyo, we have a 4.0. Off the southeast coast of Tokyo. And then we have that 4.5 that was reported by USGS between Hokkaido and Honshu here, also over here along the fracture zone. Along the fracture zone here. Okay. They also, USGS also did not show this other earthquake over off the central east coast of Kamchatka Peninsula. They showed the other one just off the south coast, but this one is off the central east coast of Kamchatka. This is a 4.5 magnitude earthquake. And where is it located? Right here, right next to the Aleutian Island chain, on the western end of the Aleutian Islands. This force will be traveling through the Aleutian Islands. This force will be coming up here and probably will also travel in through the Aleutian Islands. Now, these are not the only earthquakes that have hit. Okay, over in southeast China, we have a 4.5. Okay, actually, it's southeast central China, a 4.5. South of there in Bangpo Song, we have a 2.3. Bangpo Song. That's one of the words I think I pronounced correctly. Then over towards India, northeast India, we have 3 earthquakes here. Okay, we've got a 2.8, a 2.9, and another 2.9 northeast India. 2.8 and two other 2.9 magnitude quakes. Okay, let's continue. Over in north central India, we have a 2.3. Okay, and I think we need to back up just a minute because there were some other earthquakes over here in South Java, Indonesia, that I forgot to mention. Like I said, the U.S. agency did not report these earthquakes in South Java, but there's a number of them. There's 5 of them. So I think we need to talk about them. Okay? There were several of them that hit land. De Greco, South Java, had a 2.9, and South Java also had a 0.5. Okay, right next to each other, 2.9 and it was 0.5. But those are only 2. On the on the eastern side of South Java, we had a 3.2. Then I'm going to go down to these other 2 here. 3.2 on the north side, a 4.5 right smack dab in the middle off the south coast with South Java, and then right on the fault. South of there is a 3.9. A 3.9. Over near Jakarta, a 2.8. Okay. North of there, out in the ocean, off of the coast of North Java, we have a 3.8. Going north again, off the coast of West Java, we have a 2.9. And one more earthquake here. This is a 3.4 off the coast of Sumatra, North Sumatra here. Okay, that's what happened in Indonesia. Don't know why the U.S. agency doesn't want you to know it, but there were more earthquakes down there than what they previously reported. Now, over in the northwest end of China, Aksu Prefecture, Xinjiang, China, we had a 5.0. Large 5.0 hit near Xinjiang, China, as well as these other 3 earthquakes. Kazakhstan, a 4.1, Kyrgyzstan, a 3.2, and also in Badakistan, Afghanistan, we had a 3.5. So we had a set of 3. three is right here, three earthquakes, south to north or north to south. Okay. Then over in the northern part of China, or northern part of India, we've already mentioned, was a 2.3. Okay, going west. Notice where the earthquakes are here in Iran. We have three earthquakes that follow the southern craton edge through southern Iran, and we have three up on the northern craton edge of Iran. Okay, let's see them. Let's start in the south. We have a 2.6, a 2.7, and a 3.1. 2.6, 2.7, or 3.1. Going north, let's take this northern earthquake. 2.6, a 2.9, and up on the north side, a 3.2. So we have two twos and a 3.2 up along the northern craton edge here in Iran. Over to the west in the Caspian Sea, off the coast of Azerbaijan, we have a 4.6 in the Caspian Sea. Okay. Southwest of there, we have a 4.4. Okay. So there's a 4.4 and then a 4.6 right smack dab in the Caspian Sea. Okay. You notice the craton here? Craton here? Okay. South of there, in Kamaran, Kurdistan, we have a 3.3. And south of there, on the fault, in Ramshir, Kazakhstan, we have a 3.2. Let's go west. In western Turkey, we have a swarm of earthquakes. They've been swarming for about 2 weeks now. 3.4s, 2.3s, 3.0s, 2.3s, 2.0s, 2.2, 2.5 going south. And that was just a handful of them. Okay. There's about, what do we have? 3, 6, 9 earthquakes there in western or eastern Turkey. Going over here to western Turkey in the Dokkanese Islands, just off the coast of western Turkey, we have these earthquakes here. 2.4 on the north end, and over near Crete, east of Crete, we have a 2.6 and a 2.4 here in the Dokkanese Islands. This is Crete down here. These two, and then this marker here was hiding this third one here. Okay, these islands are owned by Greece. Even though they're close to Turkey, these islands are all owned by Greece. All right, let's go over northwest of Crete. We have a 2.5 and a 3.2. There's a 3.2 and a 2.5 just northeast of there, northwest of there. Then we go up into Greece itself, and it shows us 10 plus earthquakes. We've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16 earthquakes. 16 earthquakes, mostly in central Greece here. Central Greece. Let's take a quick look, see what we have. We have 1.6 and a 1.2 over by Athens. 1.6 and 1.2 over by Athens here. Central Greece, We have 1.3s, 1.0s, 1.8s, 1.4s. And I'm not going to tap out each of them. They're all ones here. Okay. Over in the south end, south there, I should say, a 1.4. And then up here on the north side, we have a 1.4, a 1.4. Okay, look at all these ones all over central Greece. Then off of the west side of the islands of Greece, we have a 1.8 going from north to south, 1.8 and a 1.6 and a 1.8 again. Scarlett has joined us. Scarlett, welcome. We're just discussing the Greek earthquakes, or the earthquakes in Greece. All right, let's go over to Sicily. Okay, down over in the sole, we think of Italy like a huge boot. At the sole of the boot, the bottom of the boot, we have a 2.0 over in the Mediterranean down there. And over on the other side, we have a 2.8 on the other side of Sicily there, a 2.8. Okay. Now, we had no other earthquakes yesterday up in central Italy, but today we have two right next to each other in Marche, M-A-R-C-H-E, Marche, Italy. We have a 2.3 and we have a 2.4 in central Italy. This area is prone to earthquakes. This is not the first time we've had earthquakes in Marche, Italy. Going up into, Germany, we have a 1.6 and a 1.9. Again, this is the northern craton of Germany. Okay, if you remember the story of The Sound of Music, we have the Alps over there in Germany and Switzerland and Austria area. We have the Alps. This is the northern craton there through northern Europe. Okay, then we go south along near the border of it's actually south of France in northern Italy. This is Piemonte, a 2.6 Piemonte, Italy. Okay. Then we go down to the border of France and Spain, and we haven't had any earthquakes here in some time. We have a 1.8, the border of France and Italy. Over on the east coast of Spain, we have a 1.7. And then over here at the south of Spain, we have a 1.6, a 1.7, a 1.6, and a 2.4 here in the south of Spain. We have had earthquakes over here in Algeria. We have none. Don't have any earthquakes over here in Algeria. And we don't have any really in the Azores. Here. However, going down here, down here in the Canary Islands, we have a 1.6 and another 1.6 in the Canary Islands. And there is a earthquake fault between Spain, actually the Rock of Gibraltar, and the Mid-Atlantic Fault, the North Mid-Atlantic Fault. This could be considered the Azores, and they have it painted here as the Azores, a 3.8 magnitude earthquake on this fault that's headed over here to the North Mid-Atlantic Fault, a 3.8 here today. Okay. It's quite a ways out. Now we want to take a look up here into the North Mid-Atlantic because we have no other earthquakes out here near Iceland. Nothing. We have had a lot of earthquakes out there. That's why we went there tonight. But there's nothing else there. All right. Let us go. Actually, I'm sorry. We do have an earthquake in Iceland. We have a 3.6 over here in Iceland, right here in the central part of Iceland. And if you'll notice, it's right near a volcano, and it's right on the earthquake fault that goes right directly through Iceland. Okay. Now this volcano here has been rumbling. The Torbjorn volcano has been rumbling. This is just on the northwestern end, 3.6 today. Now I'm not sure if this is connected to Torbjorn. I'll do some more checking. But Torbjorn has been shaking for quite some time. And they've actually expected to see Torbjorn erupt, but it has not done so. It has not done so. Over here in Chile, the U.S. agency had one earthquake. The Europeans have quite a few earthquakes. Okay, down south near Valparaiso, we have a 3.1. We have a 3.5 that the USGS had pointed out. 3.1 just north of Valparaiso, and the 3.5 down in Valparaiso. Northeast of there, we have a 3.1 near the border of Chile and Argentina. Going north, let's go just offshore from Ohuesco, Chile, a 3.1. And just southeast of there, we have a 3.4, again along the Chilean-Argentine border. Going north, this is Salta province, Argentina. We have 3 earthquakes. We have a 3.9, a 3.0, and a 3.0. Okay, we have a 3.9 and 2 3.0s right here. Salta, Argentina, along the border with Chile. Going north, Tarapacá, Chile, we have a 3.1. 2 more earthquakes here. These are in Peru. 6 miles north of Arequipa, Peru, we have a 4.0. 4 miles north of Arequipa, Peru, 4.0. And north of there, and this is off the coast of central Peru, we have a 4.2 off the west coast of Callao, Callao, Peru. Okay, so they've had 2 4s in Peru today. Let's go up to Venezuela. We have 2 earthquakes up there. Northern Venezuela, we have a 2.8 and a 2.5. Okay. Let's go to Puerto Rico and the Dominican Republic. Just south of where Dominic lives. We will probably be talking on Monday to Dominic. I'll be making a call to him probably tomorrow to arrange that meeting with us with Dominic. We still are getting hit with earthquakes down there in the southwestern part of Puerto Rico. Okay, so we'll be talking to Dominic tomorrow. These earthquakes, there's a good sized swarm of them. Okay, we're still getting swarms, and rightly so. After that 8.0 and 8.4 magnitude earthquakes, the USGS tried to call 6.4, 2.6s, 2.8s, 2.67, 2.49s, 2.4s, 2.7s, 2.1, 3.0s. Okay, it's rocking and rolling there, folks. 2.75 on land. Um, this 3.63, 6 miles south of Indios, Puerto Rico. Dominic probably felt that. East of there, a 2.47, 2.78. Northeast of there, a 2.2. They're rocking. They're rocking throughout that whole area. And over here, another 2.92 near Guainía, Puerto Rico. Those wonderful people down there are getting hit. Okay, we just touched on about 5 or 6 of them. There's a lot more than that. Over off the northwest coast of Puerto Rico, up in that same area where we had a 6.3 months ago, back at the end of August during Hurricane Maria, we have a 2.95 and a 3.0. Excuse me, that was 3.58. I'm sorry, 3.58 here, northwest coast of Puerto Rico, and over just north of the eastern coast of Dominican Republic, we have a 2.9 and another 2.5 off the northeast coast of the Dominican Republic. The Mona Passage is right here. So these earthquakes are on either side of the north side of the Mona Passage. Okay. Then over on the the southeast coast of the Dominican Republic, we had a 3.4 today. 3.4. All right. Off the north central coast of Dominican Republic, we have a 3.0 and a 2.7. 3.0 and a 2.7. That's what happened over there in the Dominican Republic. Let's talk about Central America right now. Central America, Costa Rica, well, actually, this is in northern Panama. We have a 3.3, 3.3, and over off the northwest coast of Costa Rica, we have a 4.3 there. So we had a 3 in northern Panama and a 4.3 up here in northern Costa Rica. All right. Let's go up here off the coast of Nicaragua. We had a 3.9 here. 3.9. This is probably an aftershock of the 5.0 we hit here that we had about a week ago in the same area a week ago. Okay, then look at the swarms as we come up into southern Mexico again. Southern Mexico. 4.2. 4.2 on the south side. Going up, we have 3s. 3.8, 3.5, 3.6. Okay, we're just going to touch on some of them. 3.4, 3.6, 3.4s, 3.3s. Here's a 3.8. Now this 3.8 is just south of Popocatépetl. South of Popocatépetl. All right. Going north along the coast, along the southern coast there, we have 3.7s, um, 3.4s. It continues. It continues. Threes, 3.5s, 3.4s, 3.4s. Then we have one in just out in the middle of, not the middle, out on the western side of uh, Mexico, but it's in the Pacific Ocean. Okay, right between what was the San Andreas Fault on the north. This is a 3.7, right in between the faults, 3.7. Okay. Then we go over to the southern end of the Gulf of California, between the Baja and mainland Mexico. We have a 4.5. That's a San Andreas Fault, folks. 4.5. And in the central part of the Baja, we have a 3.5. This is northeast of Santa Rosalia, Mexico. This is and it's right on San Andreas Fault in the central part of the Gulf of California there. Energy is going down the fault. Energy continues to go down the fault, folks. South and actually southwest of Ensenada, we have a 2.86 southwest of Ensenada. Going north, this is in Grupo Victoria, Baja, Mexico. This is not that far from the Cerro Prieto volcano. We have a 3.3. 3.3. Okay, let me close my office door. Somebody opened it here. I hear my granddaughter crying, giving her grandmother a bad time. Just a minute, please.
Good time for me to pop in. Hello, everyone. How are you? So I figured it could be a good time for me to pop in while Ron was, adjusting himself and, getting his door
Sorry
shut.
about that, folks.
Hello, Ron.
My granddaughter's giving her grandmother a bad time. She didn't get much of a nap today. She was out with her mother and grandmother playing.
Hello, Ron.
Hey, how is you?
I've been here, but I just been listening. So hello.
You can listen. That's okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, one other, we just mentioned this earthquake. Now, it's on the San Andreas. It's on the right next to San Andreas anyway. Okay, this was a 3.5. It's not far from the Cerro Prieto volcano. Let me see if I can bring up. There it is, folks. The Cerro Prieto volcano that's got the phoenix in the middle of the crater. The phoenix in the middle of the crater. And what do we have down here? Right next to the volcano, we have the geothermal electrical plant that's pulling steam out of the Cerro Prieto volcano, providing electricity for the people of northern Mexico. Literally right next to the volcano. Right next to it. There's the earthquake. Cerro Prieto volcano. There's the earthquake. The power plant. The facility, and another one here. Okay? It's right there. It's right smack dab right there. Okay. Now, this is the second time I've been able to pull this up and show you information showing you the Cerro Prado volcano and the geothermal power plant right next to it. Okay. So we had an earthquake right next to the power plant, right next to the volcano. Fascinating, huh? That's not all, folks. We have more. We have more. Let's go over to the wonderful place of Kathy's Land. I like to call it Kathy's Land because Kathy lives over there to the island of the wafting tropical breezes of the big island of Hawaii. Let's go over here to Pahala, Pahala, Hawaii, down here on the southeast coast. What do we have? Another swarm of earthquakes still. Again, this has to do with Kilauea refilling. Refilling.
Yeah, Mauna Loa is also refilling. I actually just had the HBO report, which I can share with everyone.
I was going to do it. Why don't you do it?
Yeah.
Make our day. Yay, Scarlett.
Yay. Okay, let me get this up.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, okay.
Elvis has entered the building.
Where are all my tabs? Just had all my tabs. Where'd they go? This is awful. I just had all of my stuff up. Where is this awful?
I got notified by HBO today.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. They send me notifications when there's significant earthquake activity over there at Kilauea, Mauna Loa, Mauna Kea.
Right. Yeah, I just had up the HBO report and everything, but apparently my tabs want to go missing. But that's all right. That's all right.
Can you believe that the media has not reported any damage from those earthquakes in Taiwan today?
Yeah, that's surprising. But Taiwan's got a lot of things going on for them right now, to be fair.
Yeah, they do. They do. But I mean, we have three very large, one very large and two other large earthquakes, two off the coast and a very large earthquake on land, and nothing's reported about it.
Right. Yeah, and I'm surprised, but like I said, Taiwan's got a lot to deal with right now, considering all the coronavirus and everything else. All right, so here we are, folks. Volcano news: Mauna Loa volcano, Big Island, Hawaii. Okay, so 31 small magnitude earthquakes occurred between Mauna Loa over the past week. HBO recorded the strongest earthquake at magnitude 2.9 on February 9th. According to HBO, this was deeper than most earthquakes from the past week, which occurred less than 5 kilometers, 3 miles deep. There's a continued inflation at the summit where the magma supply to the volcano's shallow system continues. And remember, Kilauea and Mauna Loa are connected. Okay, they have a shallow magma reservoir that connects the two. So when you watch Mauna Loa, you watch Kilauea. Gas concentrations at the sulfur cone monitoring site on the Southwest Rift Zone remain stable. Fumarole temperatures measured at both sulfur cone and the summit have not changed significantly. So that's what we know about that.
Several hundred degrees.
Yeah. And here's Mauna Loa's caldera cam from yesterday. Here's a picture from yesterday. Let's see if I can make it bigger. No, it won't let me make it bigger. But that was from yesterday. So, you can see definitely some venting going on up there. You can see some steam. Oh, there we go. You can see some steam at the top of Mauna Loa caldera. This is from HVO's MLCam, which you can go to the Hawaii Volcano Observatory's website with the USGS, and you can get all these reports and actually look at the seismographs and look at some of the sulfur emission readers that are down there, and they let you actually get all that information off of the HBO website.
Yeah. Now, people should probably know that Mauna Kea is actually squeezing Mauna Loa and Kilauea. I also got that from HBO yesterday, that Mauna Kea is squeezing Kilauea, and Mauna Loa.
Right.
Fascinating.
It is fascinating. I mean, that whole island is, you know, Mauna Loa is one of the world's largest, is the world's largest, well, you know, shield volcano. You know, it goes way down into the ocean. And then there's Loihi, the seamount that's right off the coast there too. The whole island is volcanic, the whole archipelago, you know, going all the way up to Alaska and the Aleutians. People have to remember that the magmatic, you know, systems that happened popped off these little islands all the way up from, you know, Hawaii all the way up to the Aleutians.
Right. It's wild.
It is wild. When you think about how the world was actually formed and what we're up against as human beings, it's a fascinating place.
Yeah, it is. It is. Over here, just north of Kilauea, north and east of Kilauea, we have a 2.36 near Pu'u'o'o. As you remember, Kilauea drained out, and then
so did
Pu'u'o'o also drained out.
Pu'u'o'o drained first, then
yes.
Kilauea.
Correct.
So that's what was so weird, because back in the Dutch days, which we don't have videos that you can go back. Usually I can say, you could go back to Dutch's video, but that doesn't exist right now. But when Dutch Sense was broadcasting, you know, he was the first person who called this eruption. That's why Dutch is important, honestly. He called it. He knew it. He saw it. He watched it and called it, you know, a week before anybody even thought anything of it. Now, how far and long it lasted, he did not predict that. Right. But as far as what actually happened up into, that's what really got me into looking into earthquake processes. And it was the first time, real time, that you could watch, you know, earthquakes and then watch the magma, and then watch earthquakes and then watch the magma. So it was a really interesting time to focus, you know, on this, you know, especially after I'd been dealing with natural disasters already.
Yeah. And you'll notice where Pu'u'o'o is in relationship to Fern Acres. Fern Acres is just just west. And then we have Leilani Estates here, where over 700 homes were lost.
Yeah. And everywhere to, you know, even parts of Kalapana. And then I'm trying to think of the town that actually got erased twice. It's off of the coast there.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, you know what place I'm talking about, because it had gotten erased basically twice. Let me get a map of Hawaii up really quick, because I really need to find out that, you know, area, Big Island.
Oh.
I cannot think of the area that I'm trying to think of.
It's on the tip of my tongue. Oh.
Yeah. I covered it for so long, and it was there's only like a few houses that actually survived, right. But they won't let the people go back to them.
No.
Even though they could live in them, they're still livable. It would be fine. You know, a lot of people snuck back to their homes, and I don't blame them for that. You know, the government, to tell you what to do with your property, basically it just shows in the United States, when it really comes down to it, they own the land like China, and they can kick you off of it if they don't want you there. Like, when it really comes down to it, they will take you off your land. Even if you own it, you know, all of that put together, you know. Okay, so let's see. Hawaiian beaches, Pahoa, Nanawali. Okay, come on, tell me.
Oh, gosh.
I know, it's right here off the top of my head. Hawaiian beaches. No, not that area. Come on.
Oh, I can't remember the name of that.
I know, it's terrible that I cannot remember the area of this. Oh, it's so awful.
When I was watching Dutch's broadcast, I was going through all this information, and I knew it. And now I can't remember the name of that town. Oh, that's bugging me. That's going to kill me. In the middle of the night tonight, folks, I am going to remember the name of this town that's been wiped off the map twice. And I'm going to wake up, and then I'm not going to be able to sleep for an hour or so. That's how I work. Unreal. Also, just so you know, we talked about earthquakes off of Northern Europe. We have a 5-day animation of the strong North Atlantic storm system that's been setting up this past week in Northern Europe. And if we can find time, we'll show you that information a little bit later in the broadcast. Um,
Yeah. Okay. Back.
Japan is reporting 70 new confirmed cases of the coronavirus on the cruise ship that's docked off the coast of Japan. Gosh, that's wild.
It is wild. It's absolutely wild. Absolutely.
Clusters in Singapore. More cases uh, of infections are emerging in Singapore with no known source of transmission. Of course, we know
Kapoho. It was
it's person to
Kapoho,
person.
Ron. Kapoho Bay.
Kapoho Bay. Ah,
Yeah.
I knew that.
We both knew that, and it was bothering me, but it was Kapoho because it had gotten destroyed in the 50s and from a previous eruption, and then again it got taken out in the 2018 Kilauea eruption. So,
gosh,
I know
that.
I had such a brain fart on that. I'm like, what the hell was that place called? But yeah, Kapoho Bay.
50 cases in Singapore so far that cannot be accounted. A quarter of them cannot be accounted for, they say. Gosh, pisses me off.
Well, yeah. I mean, what can you do?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the truth. What can you do? Anyway, over in Hawaii, we had numerous earthquakes, as we've said.
Yeah, quite a few. And it's something to continue to watch. We have to remember that we've been told that it's restless and that we're waiting for something to happen with Kilauea. You know, that threat, even though they reduced it back to green, they never explained why, when they told everybody to be ready for when that water table hits, that there will be a phreatic magnetic explosion. Right. So the risk is still there. It just hasn't, the water table, I think, has shifted more than they accounted for, but that's still a possibility.
Right.
But you can't, I think that at a certain point they realized they couldn't have people living in constant fear.
No, they can't.
Because that was just crippling the economy down there. Yeah. I mean, stores closed, people didn't have enough food, you know, there wasn't enough shelter, you know, there was just a lot of issues that I think that they just, at that point, were like, you know what, we're just going to kind of deal with it. And for now, it seems stable, you know.
One other earthquake we want to tell you about, and this is off the eastern flank of Mauna Loa. Okay. Yeah. This was only a 2.71, but it's off the eastern flank of Mauna Loa today. So there were like 18 earthquakes over on the Big Island. One of them related to Pu'uo'o, that one related to Mauna Loa, and the others down in Pahala.
Oh, we just had another one 14 minutes ago. At 2.2.
Yeah.
So 9 kilometers east of Pahala. Let's go look at the earthquake view on this. Yep, right outside of Pahala, right on that flank edge, closer to Mauna Loa. Yeah, and really kind of closer to Lo'ihi, because it's almost on the coast.
Yeah. So it's right there. It's right there.
Oh, absolutely. It is right there. I can show you guys really quick too. Bam. So here it is. So it's right here. We can zoom in a little bit, but yeah, here's Pahala. Here's where obviously Mauna Loa is. You can see it beautifully on this topo map. Okay. You know, here is Kilauea. Here was Halema'uma'u crater, which does not exist anymore. But on this map, they obviously haven't updated it yet. But that was the lava lake of Halema'uma'u crater before it actually collapsed. You know, Pu'uo'o would be about here, just for reference. Here's Lo'ihi, the undersea mount. that they believe, if people have heard of the Helena slump, that if that ever goes, the Helena slump is right here with the undersea Mount Loihi, which is a giant. You can see the peak right here. It doesn't come out of the water, but you see how defined it is on a topographic map.
That's a beautiful map. I love that map.
Yeah, it is a really good map to show just kind of how the terrain is in Hawaii and what you're kind of working with in different areas. Because as you can see, and this goes all the way down through the crust, all the way down to the sea floor, you guys. Mauna Loa goes to the sea floor. It's a big volcano. It's not a little one. That's for sure.
It's the largest shield volcano in the world.
As I said previously, correct. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah. But anyway, it's insane.
Yeah, it is. It's just one of those, and this is why we have to pay attention, because not only do we have the threats from, these viruses now, as well as our natural threats, you have to gauge them differently. I know that people who live in Hawaii aren't going to be thinking about certain things that would be a threat, like here. The West Coast has more of a threat of volcanoes than the East Coast. There's just many different things that make each individual's preps going to be different just by where you are and what your situation could be. And that's what you kind of need to be aware of more, is in your specific area. Yes, we talk about generalized threats here, but that's because we're trying to talk to everyone and hit as many people as we can. Yeah. But if we were to, talk about specific areas, you're going to have, even 200 to 300 miles away from me, it's going to have different impacts.
It's insane. It really is.
Yeah. I mean, everybody's area is different. One area is going to be hilly, one's going to be flat. You might have a volcano, you might have a mountain, you might have a forest, you might not. All of these things are going to factor into when, natural disasters happen. If a volcano is going to erupt in a large forest, that's potentially more dangerous than flat land or something that has nothing else around. So those are the things we have to think about. What type of effusive eruption is it? Is it a large steam explosion? Is it not? And Japan had a lot of activity today too.
Yeah, Japan had a lot of activity. I was just going to show you guys the area of Alaska. If you look at Alaska, they've had a ton of activity, a large swarm of activity over in south central Alaska. It's amazing the amount of activity these folks have had. And it continues to flow. I'm not going to pay too much attention to the South Peninsula of the island, the South Peninsula of Alaska. It's mostly 1s and 2.7 over near Cody or Karluk, Larsen Bay area. But I want to go over here to Old Alama volcano, just south of Mount Redoubt. We have a 1.9 there, 1.9, and a 1.5 just north of Old Alama. Then let's go up to Mount Redoubt volcano. Mount Redoubt volcano on the west end has a 1.3. Over around the volcano, just northeast of the volcano, we have a 1.6.
Yeah, look at all that activity.
Yeah, look at. And it's on the opposite side of the peninsula as well, on the eastern side too. There is a ton of activity. There's a ton of activity here. On the opposite side, we have 2.1. We have a 1.4, a 1.0 anchor point. Now, let's go up just south of Anchorage. Here's another 1.0. Let's go up just north of Anchorage, a 1.4 at Big Lake. The swarms continue. Guess where they go around? Mount McKinley, folks. Mount McKinley. It's insane. Southwest of Mount McKinley, we have a 2.2. Then we go over to Mount McKinley itself. Just below the summit, we have a 1.9. Then we go over to the northwest end of Denali, a 1.5 and a 1.7. Then look at the north and east end. The north and east end. The east end, 1.9, 1.8, 4.2, folks. A 4.2. This is on the east side of Denali National Park. A 4.2 magnitude quake, 36 miles north-northeast of Talkeetna, Alaska. A 4.2. Okay. North of Denali, we have a 1.5. Going north, we have more small swarm. We have a 2.2. Let me show you that first. A 2.2 there. North of there, 1.8, a 2.0, and a 1.1. Okay. North Pole, Alaska, we have a 1.6. And just south of there, we have a 1.1 at North Pole. Boy, my granddaughter's giving her grandmother a ride. Okay. We keep talking
They're
about.
bossy at that age.
Oh,
They're
yeah,
bossy.
they are.
They are.
Okay, just north of the Arctic Circle in what they call Arctic Village, we have a 1.17. We haven't been getting a lot of activity up here as of late. One, maybe two earthquakes occasionally. For a long while, we got swarms of earthquakes up here. Now it's calmed down. Now it's calmed down. Most of the earthquakes are over in south central Alaska. South central Alaska. Fascinating. Now, I want to point out over in southeastern Alaska, near Gustavus. A couple months ago, we had a 5.0 here, Gustavo. Today, we had a 2.6. 2.6 in southeastern Alaska, Gustavus. Okay. Queen Charlotte's Island, we didn't have any today. Yesterday, we had 3. Nothing in Victoria. Nothing there. However, just north of the Washington border, Nelson, Alaska, we had a 3.2. 3.2 in Nelson, Alaska, or Canada. Nelson, Canada, just north of the Washington border. Okay. Let's go over to Washington State, up near the Puget Sound. Cathcart, Washington, a 1.29. Cathcart, Washington. Southwest of there in Raymond. Raymond, Washington had a 2.29 today. Okay, that's what happened there. Now they're only reporting 1 earthquake in the northern part of the Yellowstone magma chamber today. We know there's more than that. We've got a 1.37 in northern Washington. This happens to be near Polson, Washington, a 1.37 magnitude quake here. Okay. Now California, California. Three miles offshore from Petrolia, California, on the Gorda Escarpment, we had a 3.2 today. Okay, a 3.2 right next to the shoreline of the Gorda Escarpment right there. Okay, a 3.2, and just north of there, a 1.7. So again, we're getting hit with small earthquakes there on the south end of the Cascadia region. The Gorda Escarpment got hit. South of there in Laytonville, California, we had a 2.33. Laytonville. Then we jump down here. Where's this? This is the geysers, the geothermal power plant. It's causing all those earthquakes there. Drill points. Drill points. Okay. We go down just north of the Bay Area, Portola, California, 1.43. Now, we did not have any earthquakes that are showing over here in Mammoth Mountain area. This doesn't happen very often, but Mammoth apparently did not have any earthquakes today. However, over here, just southeast of the Monterey Bay, Tres Pinos out at 2.78. 2.78. Monterey Bay is here, Tres Pinos is here, right on the San Andreas Fault. San Andreas Fault. South of there, San Lucas, California, 1.78. On the fault just south of there, Parkfield, California, 1.11. The earthquake capital of California, right on the San Andreas Fault. Literally, Parkfield is right on the San Andreas Fault. The fault goes right through their town. Bradley, California, just west of there, a 1.04. Just west of there, near the coast, Templeton, California, sorry, disappeared. Templeton, California had a 2.05. Why am I telling you all this? Because this area is seismically active. And we keep seeing all these earthquakes around the San Francisco Bay Area and south of there. That's why we keep talking about it. Yes, we are expecting earthquakes. That's why we keep bringing it up. Okay, we did have 4 earthquakes around Mammoth. 0.21, 1.6, a 1.34, and a 1.24. Those are the only earthquakes that were at Mammoth today. South of there, look at this. We had 50 earthquakes in the Southern California desert, Mojave Desert. 50 plus earthquakes. It's picking up, folks. It's picking up. Swarms of earthquakes, folks. Little Lake, California. Look at the swarms. Cozo Junction, 0.57 at Cozo. Then going down Little Lake, the swarms start. And they continue. Okay, I'm just going to pick a handful of these out. 0.97 Ridgecrest, 1.04. Cyril's Valley, 0.56. 1.02, Searles Valley. And it continues, folks. It continues south. 0.84, 1.07, 0.96, 1.12, 1.23, 0.91, 1.33, Trona, California, a 1.24. Trona, California is where all that damage happened after Ridgecrest hit. Trona, California got hit. And 1.11 down here in Trona, South Trona. Okay. So that whole area got smacked around today. Nothing was reported on the Garlock Fault today. Nothing on the Garlock Fault. However, north of there, Wolford Heights, California, a 1.13. Garlock Fault is down here. But the southwestern end of the Garlock, over just north of the San Andreas, the Grapevine got hit, a 1.30, 1.30, and a 2.25. The Grapevine. And you guys that live in Southern California know what the Grapevine is like. It's a nasty stretch of highway, and it's known to have earthquakes. It's known for its earthquakes, Grapevine, California. Now, as we go south, we have another swarm here. A large swarm of earthquakes. Okay. Claremont, California, Riverside County. Claremont, California got hit by a 2.07 today. Again, these are minor earthquakes, but we have to account for them. A 2.07 there. South of there, Ontario, a 1.52. Moreno Valley, a 0.86. This is all in Riverside County. Moreno Valley, 0.83. Garnett, California, 1.86. Green Acres. Green Acres is the place to be. Green Acres, 0.64 today. Lakeland Village, California, 1.5. Now I'm going right down into the Anza Gap. Swarms of earthquakes in the Anza Gap. Okay, 0.93, I'm not going to read them all. 0.93, 0.47, 0.93, 1.1 in Marietta Hot Springs. That's in Orange County. South Anza Gap, 0.69. It's rolling, folks. The southern area of Riverside is rolling. Okay. Borrego Springs, northeast San Diego County. The forested area up in the Chocolate Mountains. Borrego Springs got hit. Over Lake Henshaw, north or east of Escondido, Lake Henshaw got hit. A 0.71 and a 0.90. Lake Henshaw got hit. North of Escondido, California, or east of Escondido, California. Okay. Now, what are we going to have over here in the Salton Sea? Nothing. Not a cotton picking thing around the Imperial Valley and the Salton Butte volcano. Nothing. The only earthquake we have is down here in Baja, California, below the border, 3.5, over near the Cerro Prado volcano. We talked about this. We talked about it. Okay. All right. Let's go over to Western Texas. Near Pecos, we have a 3.1 today. Again, what do we know about Pecos? We have a 3.10 and a 3.4 just across the border in New Mexico. Okay, 3.1 over in Pecos, and over just west of there in Loving, New Mexico, we have a 2.4. Okay. Just north of that earthquake, we have oil and gas pumping operations. Not one, not two, not three, but dozens of oil and gas pumping operations just north of that earthquake in Texas. They're all over, folks. They're all over. New Mexico, Texas. They're all over. Just wanted to point that out. Oklahoma. Oklahoma. A 1.9 near Helena, Oklahoma, where the wind comes sweeping over the plain and the waving wheat, it sure smells sweet. Oil and gas pumping operation, and there's a lot of them. There's two more. Just south and east of Helena, Oklahoma. I mean, just south and east, not very far at all. That's not the only earthquake. Fairmont, Oklahoma. This is a 2.56 magnitude earthquake. Look at the oil and gas pumping operations all around that earthquake. Fairmont, Oklahoma. This was a 2.56 earthquake, right in the middle of the oil and gas pumping operations. Let's go east. Perry, Oklahoma. Look at the oil and gas pumping operations around Perry. .3 earthquake in Perry, Oklahoma today. Right in the middle of oil and gas operations there. Just had to show you that. Then, southeast of there, two more earthquakes. Quinton, Oklahoma, 2.58, and just northeast of there, Steiger, Oklahoma, a 2.84. Steiger, Oklahoma, 2.84. Look at the oil and gas pumping operations around there. They're all over, folks. They're literally everywhere. Steiger, They're all over around Steiger as well. All these earthquakes in Oklahoma surrounded by oil and gas pumping operations. They're right in the middle of it. They're right smack dab in the middle of it. You can't avoid it. No earthquakes along the east coast of the United States. Nothing along the northeast craton. Nothing at all. Nothing going up into northern Canada. Nothing up into northern Canada. And we usually see a few, but there's nothing there. I can't say usually. Sometimes we see a few earthquakes. Nothing there today. Okay? So that's what's going on around the world and in your neck of the woods. In your neck of the woods. Okay? I wanted to show you that.
What do you want to show everyone, Ron?
All those oil and gas pumping operations all around the earthquakes in Oklahoma. There's a ton of them.
Right.
There's a ton of them.
Absolutely.
It's completely amazing how many earthquakes that are there. And how many
Well, we know
oil and gas
directly
pumping.
that they cause fracking, honestly.
Yeah, they do. They absolutely do. It's amazing to me, folks. It's really amazing. I shouldn't be amazed. I should. I know full well what we have. I know full well what we have.
Absolutely. So, how far are we? Are we through earthquakes or?
We're through with the earthquakes. I think we should touch base with what the coronavirus is doing.
Yes, and then I've got something exciting for everybody. So,
Yes.
remember when I told everybody that I was going to do like $10 preps from the Dollar Tree? I've done it, and we're going to show you guys tonight $10 preps from Dollar Tree, what that looks like, what you could get for $10 if you have, minimal bare bones budget.
Yeah. Yeah.
We'll be doing that as well tonight. And then I have another article to show you about what the CT scans actually look like diagnosing this coronavirus. So I think that's going to be a very helpful tool to people for them to study, just in case. If you go and get a scan, now that the US, like we told you last night, is taking all cases that are even flu related and testing them for coronavirus, or pneumonia or other, upper respiratory symptoms, we need to start knowing what a scan would look like that would deem us positive. So we would know for our own selves if we would be positive or not. I think that's important. I like people to take health into their own hands.
You folks, and me included, us included,
yeah.
We need to take our health in our own hands because nobody else is going to do it for us. They can't. None of you can take our health into your hands. You need to you need to protect yourself. Now, with that said, I'm just trying to find this article that someone sent me.
I was just going to go check the chat really quick.
Yeah, I was going to check the chat too. I had the chat up. I had to reboot it. I had to reboot the chat because it had stalled. The video over there had stalled. Doggone it, where'd it go? There is an article that came out today. Okay. Anyway, can't find it for the life of me now. I know I had it. We'll check one more place here. Check one more place here. If you'll just bear with me a quick second. This really bothered me when I saw the article this morning. It went and proved way beyond a shadow of a doubt what is going on with our own CDC here in the United States. First off, over in China, they're now reporting 60,097 coronavirus cases. 60,097. Earlier this week, they were only admitting to 15,000, and now they're saying 60,097, with a total of deaths of 1,668 people.
Yeah, we're up to 1,669.
Yeah.
Actually.
And 8,228 known cases. The other figure was suspected cases. 8,228 known cases of the coronavirus. Okay, this is what they're admitting to. We know that they're fudging on the numbers to a huge extent. I mean, their entire country is now quarantined.
True.
Beijing, Shanghai, every place, Wuhan, every place, every province in China is now quarantined.
I believe except for like Tibet. But I can see Tibet getting away with that. It's a lot of, a lot more calm people over in Tibet.
About a week or so ago, Tibet had reported 19 cases.
Let's see.
That was about a week or so ago. But to have 220 or 8,228 known cases of the coronavirus in China, my gosh.
Yeah.
That's a bunch of hogwash.
Well, you figure we're getting to over 2,000 deaths. Now, remind everybody, I want everybody to seriously think about this. Steve Lipner from Agenda Free TV started reporting on January 19th. There were 43 cases. Okay? Just cases. Okay? We're almost back to the 19th again. It's Saturday, February 15th, 2020. Okay, so in 4 days, we will be at the beginning of when he started reporting it. Okay, 1 month, 30 days. So we're going to be hitting close to 2,000 here pretty soon, deaths, and 70,000 cases, at least. And that's what they're telling us. In a month, really think about in 1 month. That's how far this has spread.
It's insane.
Yeah. And this has been going on in, China supposedly since, the beginning of December, and even before that when they gave everybody in China SARS vaccines. So I find that interesting too. They're saying, oh, it's kind of like SARS-CoV-2 or SARS-2. Well, isn't that interesting that everybody got their SARS shot and now, is that a live attenuated virus? Can we even find out information? Because that's not something that we have licensed here in the United States. So what is it? Is it a blood product? Is it, is it like an immunoglobulin? What is it? And we don't know that. And everybody was given that in September, October of this past year, and then it explodes in December. I mean, it's something to look into. I'm going to definitely say that.
This morning, I got a copy. I got a copy of a text communication between someone who is one of the mucky mucks, one of the GM15 people at the CDC. Now I'm fudging on what their exact pay grade is, but
Right.
one of the upper managers at the
Anonymity.
CDC.
Right.
Anonymity.
Right.
And I have somewhere amongst these text messages I've got a picture of the woman and the text message that she sent to one of her friends. There are 1,000 cases of the coronavirus here in the United States. Okay.
I could see it. Why else would the CDC come out and say, hey, we're going to take all flu patients now and screen them for coronavirus? It just is too cute. It's just too coincidental. And really with the government, there aren't too many coincidences.
Yeah.
That's just kind of the way that goes. Life is more coincidental. Government usually calculated and planned.
I wasn't going to show her face anyway, even though I have a picture.
Right. No.
But I'm telling you that this mucky muck, this elite person from the CDC, told her friend that there was 1,000 cases of the coronavirus here in the United States. Now, last night I reported that Mary Greeley had reported a case in Montana, one in North Dakota. There's 19.
I reported on the Minnesota case that a young lady came onto my personal Facebook and said, I have my friend's mom is a nurse at a clinic in Lakeville, Minnesota, and she diagnosed a coronavirus patient.
Yeah.
So,
There's 19 cases in California.
19. Yeah. Tons of people are under quarantine in Kentucky.
Atlanta, Georgia.
Yeah. Everywhere.
Texas. I mean, my gosh, people.
Like Red said last night, it may be not the coronavirus, but all the kids at the children's hospital have some type of respiratory mystery illness.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's something to think about. That really struck me because, she knows patterns and she knows what to look for. We've been doing this together a long time.
And we've had 3 cases here in Utah.
Yeah. Yeah, we've had suspected cases here too, but none that have been confirmed. And, it was really interesting because the way she worded the post was like, tomorrow your map will be updated with a case in Minnesota. And I'm like, oh, okay. No, we haven't heard squat. And you know what? Speaking of, I just posted a article that was talking about a lady who is in, I believe, Washington, because KIRO, that's up in Washington, I believe, had posted an article earlier today of which they ended up changing it. And she said, oh, my husband and I are absolutely shocked. The news and government are literally editing everything and altering it. We have proof. We were both looking online on KIRO 7 News for Washington State. Yeah, I was right. All right. I know my affiliates. Good. And told my husband told me to screenshot the report because the news and government have been removing things. And now when we went back a minute later, they changed it almost instantly. This is not a mistake they made. It's a mistake to lie to people. Look at the times. February 20th, 14th, 2020. The article was posted at 12 p.m. noontime and never changed even after the edit. So the first post said, San Juan County Health and Community Services is working to assess the risk to the public. According to Washington State Department of Health, 25 people have been tested for the virus in the state. Of the 25, 23 have tested positive. On January 21st, the CDC announced the first case of coronavirus in the U.S. was in Snohomish County. The Department of Health set up a call center for anyone who has questions or wants information. Now look at this. So I'll show it to you. KIRO 7. You can see the screenshot that she screenshotted. Try to remove this light. This light is terrible, but it's all I got, you guys, so I can get my light boxes set up. But KIRO 7, so you can at least see that, what I read to you. And then the second part, get my light back. The second part is, So this is the change. San Juan County Health and Community Services is assessing the potential risk. 25 people have been tested for the virus. According to the Washington State Department of Health, 25 people have been tested for the virus. In the state of the 25, 23 tested negative on January 21st. The CDC announced the first confirmed case of coronavirus in the U.S. was in Snohomish County. The Department of Health set up a call center for anyone who has questions or wants information about the outbreak.
It bothers me to no end. This whole thing is just ridiculous.
Right.
It's just ridiculous. You know, at what point in time are we going to finally be told the truth?
Right. Because, I mean, which one was it that these people have been, you know, that for sure? Now it's 23 tested negative. Well, I might have said that wrong. It does say negative, 23 tested negative. You see it right there? Yeah, there it goes, 23 tested negative. So which one was it? Was it positive or was it negative? I need to know. And why wasn't there a redaction saying, hey, you guys, we made a serious error in the first report? That's what makes me question it, because any other news agency who made an oopsie like that would be like, oh, for those of you who saw this. But they probably figured no one saw it.
You know, I'm sorry, folks. I'm not going to let this slide. I'm not. We can't. We can't. Scooter Pie says, no one's telling the truth. You're right.
Yep. That's
You're absolutely
truth.
Right.
Yeah. Well, and because the disease is so elusive, right? It's changing as it's going through people. You know, we don't even know if it's changing DNA from person to person. We know that now China is using blood plasma as a treatment for patients. So the people who have already caught coronavirus can donate blood 2 weeks after infection to then put the plasma back into coronavirus patients. And supposedly that treatment is helping in mainland China. Doctor from, you know, the Wuhan hospital came out and said that. I don't know. I don't like the idea because they said you don't create antibodies for this.
Right.
So because otherwise you'd be able to isolate, like I've been saying, where's the blood quantums that have it in their system? So they're either going to have to admit that they're making antibodies now for it, or does no one make antibodies? Because you can't have it both ways. Either you're making antibodies or some people are making antibodies or some people aren't, but you can't have it both ways.
No, you can't.
You know, I may not be, you know, a degree holding virologist, but I can figure out a few things.
It's bothering me to no end. We're not getting the truth out of anybody, even here in the United States, our own people. The people who we pay taxes to employ are not giving us the full poop. They're just not.
They're not. They can't be. And you know why? It's something that we talk to you guys a lot about, which is you can't create panic. Okay? First and foremost, you cannot create panic. And we're not saying this to panic you. Please don't panic. This is for you to get your skills sharp and really start thinking about it in a very serious, on your doorstep way. More on your doorstep than any other threat we've ever had. We are in medical martial law, period. That's the end of the story. They can do a lot of things now. They have a lot of power. They have a lot of rights. Does that mean they will use them? No, but as good citizens and watchmen on the wall, we need to be aware of it. That's all. You know? That's all.
What Negotiator said, too many people on the planet using too many resources, and the elite don't like that.
Well, yeah. And I mean, it's not like there isn't enough resources for people. There's more than enough resources. It's that they don't like that we as individuals have started to reclaim these things as our own, right? They don't like that we're becoming innovative. They don't like how connected we are through the internet. They don't like any of it.
Well, we are the alternative to the mainstream media, and they don't like it. They don't like it. Negotiator, you cotton picker, the virus doesn't like alcohol. So I think I'm going to start drinking and keep drinking until the virus is gone.
Hey, you know what? That'll keep, you know what? You might have, it may get you through. I'm not here to judge. If that's how you feel, you're going to get through this. And that's what I mean. You know, when we tell you stuff here, remember, you always have your own personal free will. And so you can choose to prepare for this event, to not. You can think it's nothing. You can think it's the biggest something there ever was. There's always a spectrum, but I personally think this one is a bigger threat and risk.
It's just amazing.
Right.
We just wanted.
I mean, even the story we read last night, you know, like I told you earlier today when we were chit-chatting on the phone privately, it doesn't matter if it's true because we can't verify one way or the other if it's false or if it's real. And so at that point, you have to take it into consideration. You don't consider it the gospel. You don't consider it, oh, this is the official story. But there's a lot of parts that for many people, it resonates. And remember, if you know Red and I's formula for fake news, that is multiple sources saying the same thing, and it resonates.
Right.
Okay? And a lot of those stories, if you were to pick apart many of the individuals who have wrote things out about what's going on with the government, you know, what about that Fen Bang who was like, or Fen Bin, or whatever his name was, the guy who was like, we got to rise up against the government before they come snatch me. And then they snatched him. Okay.
Yep.
Like, you got to think about it in the context of all the things we've heard. What if it's even just a mashup? You know, so regardless, we can't verify if it's real or if it's fake. But if it is true, we need to consider the potential consequences. That is what we were trying to say. So for anybody who thinks that we were fear-mongering or trying to put something out as truth, no. What we said was we can't verify if it's true or not. Therefore, you need to consider it potentially as if it is true. Even then, you have to remember that governments are going to do damage control. They do not want panic. So even if it was true, they're going to deny it and we'll never know the truth. We don't even know about JFK. I mean, people forget that the media lies daily. They're not going to tell the truth. They're not just going to come out and say, oh, you know what? No, they're not going to do that. So we can't keep waiting till the cows come home for them to feed us information when we know they never give us the information.
Right.
Like all of a sudden now they're just going to be clean and do their jobs. And I have a hard time believing that. This is why I became the news. Because I was tired of not getting stories that we can think for ourselves how we feel about it, right?
Right.
That's where and so like I said, it's a spectrum. Everybody can feel how they want. They can feel it's very serious. They can feel it's not serious at all. It's up to you. But we're here to present you the opinion to think about it, right?
Yeah.
So, like we've always said, don't trust anything we say. You don't have to trust anything we say. You can back it up with your own research and opinion, and you don't have to agree. We don't have to agree. That's the beautiful thing about being people. We don't have to agree.
I keep telling everyone, and I've told you guys here many times since I was on the air early last year, challenge boldly.
Yeah.
Don't trust me. Go figure it out for yourself. Find out if what I'm saying is true.
Right.
Glenn Beck said challenge boldly, and I say do it.
Absolutely.
Check us out.
Yeah, check us if you think we're saying something right. Well, we appreciate it. We may not agree, but we appreciate the fact that you're looking out for us, right? So we appreciate that, right? You're just looking out for us as people. But we still have an obligation to report anything that we think could be significant.
Yeah.
And when you're looking through clues and you have books like that are coming out talking about the Wuhan 400 virus that were written, 30 years ago, that's really uncanny and really too many coincidences to not, wonder if someone knew something then. They always say the government's about 50, 100 years ahead of us, for their plans. They've already planned things out that we have no clue are happening.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So
the fact that we can't get enough information, the fact that they're just passing patients around, the fact that, you know, now the people who are stuck on the cruise ship are being sent home from the Diamond Princess.
Yeah.
You know, they're going to pick up Americans. What if they're infected? They say they're only going to keep them quarantined for 14 days, but we know that this virus can last a lot longer. I mean, heck, the guy that got off the ship that caused all these 243 cases got off the ship January 25th.
Yeah.
People are still coming up positive now. It's the 15th of February. Okay. And so that's a little longer than your 14-day, incubation period, because let's say one guy catches it on day 1, the next guy catches it on day 7. Well, the time is now restarted for day 7 guy. Yeah. You know, people are not thinking about this. They just say, oh no, 14 days. What? Like each individual who gets infected would then have to extend 14 more days. Even if I catch it 5 days later. Nope, now 14 more days plus the 5. Like, sorry, which could put people in quarantine indefinitely in certain situations.
And it could.
Yeah.
And folks, now they're saying that once you've had the coronavirus, you can get it over and over and over again. And each time gets more serious. Each time it gets closer to death and can kill you. And it can lead to immediate heart attacks. It can mean and lead right to heart attacks. This was a bioagent, a weaponized virus. And I can't stress that enough. This was a weaponized biovirus. Excuse me.
Yeah. You know, they're seeing, I got to find that article that I saw that it broke down the actual proteins that are in Asians that are targeted by this. And right. So people have already come up with, some interesting, and this came from a medical journal. And so they've come up with some interesting points. Like I brought up last night, Sinobiologicals is involved. They have patents on coronavirus vaccines and work. An article today I saw was talking about, are you ready for this? I'm not ready for this. Okay, so there's some black market Chinese research chemical, of which, if you guys don't understand the whole Chinese research chemical thing, let me just tell you, for every drug on earth, illicit or otherwise, the Chinese have come up with a research chemical that you can buy off the internet for cheap, okay? Cheap. So, with that being said, there's a drug that's investigational in China that is made for feline coronavirus that a researcher was looking into because it's similar to the investigational drug, which, remember, this drug is investigational that they're giving everybody. The remdesivir, that is investigational, okay? So that's not FDA approved or anybody approved to do this. So they said that this potential drug, which had just a number, could be used, and they were afraid that people would try to start getting it on the black market to treat themselves, which I found interesting because people asked about, could these, I had brought up, remember at the beginning, I was like, well, do they give dogs coronavirus vaccines in China? Because I know they eat dogs. So it's like, if you're eating something that got the vaccine that could then have mutated from you eating it, I thought maybe that, but the fact, and they said, nope, not even connected, not even close. But now you're using a feline coronavirus drug potentially for treatment because you feel that the mechanisms are the same and that this investigational drug would be safer. I just have issues with that.
I have huge issues.
Yeah. I mean,
Number one, you're not going to vaccinate me with anything.
You're right. You ain't never lied. No.
You're not going to vaccinate me, period.
We can take
Number two,
shot, but that's
any vaccination having to do with the coronavirus, you better stay away from me.
No vaccines, period, ever. I do not consent. Okay, so the world knows now, I do not consent ever to any vaccine for any reason, for any purpose, ever. I have been damaged by vaccines. I am disabled due to vaccines. I will never take another vaccine. I don't care if everybody dies and they're like, you're going to take this, but the whole world's got, nope, done. The Lord wanted to take me. Thank you. Amen.
Amen.
I'm not doing it.
No way.
It's dangerous.
You know, they're not
No.
safety tested. They're not placebo tested against anything. So they're creating this coronavirus vaccine, but then they say, oh, we can't test against placebos because we cannot risk someone not getting a beneficial dose for a disease that could kill them. Placebo safety testing is the gold standard. You cannot test against another drug. That makes no sense. How do we know it's working? We don't, because we don't know if the other drug or this one combined. We need saline placebo safety studies immediately. Just straight saline against this. Like, we need to see those results. And they will never do it. The CDC has come out and said they will never do placebo safety studies, ever. So therefore, I don't trust any vaccine that exists, ever. You do placebo safety testing on anything else peer-reviewed, period. So why not a vaccine? It's still a drug. It's still a biological product in some situations. Things like the TIG, things like RhoGAM, those are biological products. It needs to be done. Do the safety studies. Now, there is, if people want to look into that more, the Children's Health Defense.com has more information. That's RFK's outlet, as well as ican.org, where they have the requests of FOIA that show that they will never do a placebo safety study and the information about what they have on that.
Yeah.
Very interesting and important information for those who have never really dove into that. Maybe you haven't had a vaccine in 20, 30 years, you know, but kids now today, before the age of 18, receive 72 doses of vaccines. They're going to go vote, like I said, now in less than 9 days at ACIP to add the Ebola vaccine to the adult and children's schedule. Any vaccine who's added to the schedule will be then recommended by the American Academy of Pediatrics and the American Medical Association, and most states and most schools go by ACIP recommendations only. So that's where we're at. So the Ebola one's going to be added, even though Ebola is nowhere to be found. But we're going to, and Ebola, Erifbo, the actual vaccine, live virus vaccine, live virus.
And that's what they're saying.
We're not gonna have Ebola everywhere after that.
That's what they're saying about this coronavirus. There is a company, and I saw it again today.
Yep. There's
that
quite a few
are-
companies.
are-
Inovio,
yeah.
out of Stanford in California, Inovio Biologics is headed by Stanley Plotkin, the grandfather of vaccines, who sat up in court and talked about the 76 fetuses that he used to develop fetal cell lines that are in your vaccines. His company, Inovio, created the vaccine within 3 hours.
Over my dead body, they're not going to do it. I won't allow it. I'm sorry.
3 hours the vaccine was created. And now they're talking about going to trials already. 3 hours. And then, you know, now we can go to trial. There'll be no human safety studies. They said the H1N1 from production to turnaround was 89 days.
Yeah.
So they were actually injecting it into people. I cannot imagine how brainwashed I was to, in 2009, take that vaccine. It was only created in 89 days. 89 days. That's who we're putting our health in. You know, this hasn't been long-term safety tested. We don't know what happens 50 years from now from taking that.
Okay. A few minutes ago, I mentioned that text message from an elite mucky muck up at the CDC. This came off the Hal Turner radio show. Okay. The CDC text message says over 1,000 people are infected with the coronavirus in the United States of America. It's being deliberately concealed. While the US mass media is reporting there's only 15 people confirmed cases of the deadly Chinese coronavirus in the US, a lead doctor in the CDC allegedly sent a text message to a family friend admitting there have been over 1,000 cases in the US. The text also says they're trying to prevent panic.
Right.
According to an 18-year-old in upstate New York near Schenectady, his father had a text message exchange with this doctor, and I won't put out her name right now, because
Right.
I have not verified who this person is. I will. I will try to verify it, but I'm not going to put her name out right now. Director of the Center for the National Center of um, Immunization and Respiratory Diseases, NCIRD, within the CDC. And there's a photo. I've got a photo. The 18-year-old was allegedly using his father's cell phone and saw the text message exchange. He became outraged at what he read, that he took a screenshot of the conversation and uploaded it as a video to his social media account online. Okay? And yes, I've got a copy of it. Okay? Sorry, this is clearly being concealed by the government in their effort to quote unquote prevent panic. But preventing panic is nowhere in the job description of anyone that works for CDC or anyone else. And that is not what we pay any of them to do.
No, I
We,
wouldn't
the
want
American people,
panicking everybody either, because they've never prepared us to panic either. You know,
Right.
like, what does panic look like? That could be a scary
exactly.
thing. So,
We, the people, established the CDC. We fund it. We pay for all of it. So they have to serve us
truth.
by researching diseases. This is what they're supposed to do: researching diseases and finding treatments or cures. We can we have to expect them to be honest with us, because the whole reason they exist is to serve you and I, us. That is what we pay them to do. We don't need government public servants whose very existence depends on our tax money to manage us, micromanage us, or handle us, or to conceal any information from us to prevent panic. We expect the facts, we expect the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. With such information, we get to make informed decisions about what we think is best for us and our families. Efforts to contact this doctor to confirm or deny the validity of this text message have had interesting results. When contacted via Twitter to inquire if this message exchange was real, this doctor did not reply, but she blocked the person in question. And I have a picture of her and the blocked message. Okay? I've got a picture of her and the blocked message. So what's up with that? You know, I am more than outraged. I am more than outraged that they are hiding information. I just don't get it. I don't get it. And the more and more I see, the more outraged I become. I am not going to be nice about this. I'm not going to. And if any of you whistleblowers, if any of you people that monitor this show from the government, and I know you're there, I know you're there. In some cases, some of you have messaged me on YouTube and otherwise. I know you're there. But I'm not going to stop broadcasting this information just because you don't want to panic people.
No, and we're not trying to panic people either. What we're here to do is just tell people what's going on and give them the news, as we all should be entitled to have.
Yeah.
Why is information being held from us? Why are we being treated like children? Why are they treating us like you can't know that because that would just be too much? You know, we're big people. We're adults. I think we can handle it. Now, those who choose not to handle it, that's their business, right? But those of us who want to know, we should have a right to know.
I just, you know, I see this, and I have a screenshot of this. I have this doctor's picture. I have her name. I have her basic business card that shows that she blocked this person that started trying to investigate her. And it has her picture saying the message had been blocked. So-and-so CDC blocked you. That's what it says. You are being blocked from the following so-and-so CDC and viewing this person.
Right.
Okay, I've got her picture. I've got this as a blocked message from the CDC. So, number one, I have to believe it because it's right there. It's a, in my opinion, it's a document.
Right.
Okay. If this text message is false, a phony, or fraud, why wouldn't the doctors say so?
Right.
Okay. Maybe she can't. Maybe she's not allowed to.
Maybe she knows better too as well.
Yeah.
We all know what happens to doctors who whistleblow. Let's think about the hundreds of holistic doctors who have been killed for just trying to help people with regular conditions. Li Wenliang in China, killed for talking about the coronavirus. These are things, I mean, you know, pretty much he was killed. I mean, you know, the guy ended up catching it and they made him repent and his whole spirit was killed and his whole career was killed at that point. I'm sure that they were ready to snatch his license and everything else from him when, you know, everybody else in China thinks he's a hero. So, you know, how many other people will this happen to? You know, whistleblowers are scared. They don't want to speak out because of that. You know, the stigma of.
I'm going to say this, and all of you government officials at the CDC or wherever you are, I will protect your identity.
Yes, we will
In
protect
fact-
your identities. Yes. If you want to
And
write
just-
us anonymous messages, we have a contact form on our website that can keep you anonymous, as well as you can message us at station manager at freedomrevolutionnetwork.com. We will keep your anonymity. Okay, we will. That's something that we can do. If you want to privately get with me and so that we can go on an encrypted network, we can do all that too.
If you want to contact me,
Yeah.
whether it's Scarlett or myself,
Either one of us.
EMA radio at freedomrevolutionnetwork.com or emergency management associates at gmail.com. Send us a message.
Right.
If you want to call,
You can
my
call.
telephone number is everywhere.
Yep.
I get calls from all over the world. Call me. We will disguise your voice. Well, first we'll verify who you are.
We're going to
But we'll
need
disguise your voice and we will protect you.
We will.
But we feel it is absolutely necessary, absolutely 100%.
Frontline nurses, even too. If you're a nurse or medical professional in any capacity, radiologist, anybody who could be seeing the trends, we want to hear from you.
Right. We will protect your identity, but the public deserves to know. And I'm going to tell you that straight up.
Yeah. So let's talk about our $10 preps at the dollar store.
Yes, please.
Everybody we talk about.
Yes, let's do that.
Yeah. So today I went to the Dollar Tree and I gave myself a challenge, of which I told you guys I would all do, was how can I create you know, what could we get at the Dollar Tree? Okay, and it's not sponsored by Dollar Tree, but you know, Dollar Tree was where it's at. Okay, so what could you get for $10 that could protect you from the coronavirus, right? Because a lot of us have really thin budgets, right? And a lot of us, right, we don't have buku bucks. You might not be able to even collect some of the things that I have so far. You know, so I get that. I truly, honestly do. We're all out here struggling, just trying to make it. Okay. So a few things that I purchased that I thought were interesting. Now, I didn't get to spend a super bunch of time and go down every single aisle. I also was trying to keep it under $10 to just show people the bare minimum of what money you could do or what you could actually find at the dollar store. Now, your local Dollar Tree may not have these items. They may be able to be purchased online. A lot of items online can be purchased by the case as well. So that's just something to know too. If you have the money to do it, maybe you want to buy some things by the case. So, number one, window insulation kit. Why would you get this, Scarlett? What would you need this for? In the case of pandemics or radiological fallout, because this stuff could be used if you're not affected, you know, by coronavirus, you know, fallout, plastic your windows. Okay, you seal yourself in. That way, nothing is getting in from the outside. You know, obviously, if you're in a hot area, you're not going to want to turn on your AC, you know, especially if it was like radiological fallout or even ash from volcanoes. This is a way to seal yourself in. Okay, they give you one shrink film. They give you tape, and it is, let's see, 60 by 72 inches. So it'll fit a large patio door, screen door. So if you had smaller windows, you could probably do maybe a few windows with this. Measure your windows, cut appropriately. This is a good thing. Also, you could use this to set up your airlock area. Buy a few of these, you could set up your airlock area, okay, where you're going to be coming in and decontaminating your items and things, right? Okay, so that's number one, $1. Number two, trash bags. Trash bags are great for lots of different things. If you're needing to take off decontaminated clothing or items, this is probably a good place to put them. If you're bugging in and not bugging out, you're going to have to figure out where you're going to put these things. Because if you have contaminated items that you no longer can deal with, where are you going to put them? At least put them in bags, get them out of there, right? Right. Also, people have been using bags over baby carriages and all different types of things to try to protect themselves as a level of barrier. $3, hand sanitizer, okay? You get two different kinds, lemon scented, hand sanitizer. Can help you just in general, or if you didn't have access to water, you know, you'd want to use it, you know, repeatedly, but hand sanitizer, right? Okay. Drop cloths, okay? Drop cloth, again, can be used for your airlock area, your decontamination station, as well as, you know, just quartering off a room. If a sick person was in a room, you could put this over their door to try to keep them separated from the rest of the house. Lots of good things you could do with the drop cloth. Also collect water, lots of different things preparation wise, but for coronavirus in particular, this is going to be a part of your airlock system. Also $1. It's 9 foot by 12 foot and it's 0.7 mil. I don't know if that's really going to do a whole bunch, but hey, even just having the mental, you know, idea, it's going to be better than nothing though, honestly. Okay, $4. Duct tape. Everybody can always use duct tape. This is also going to be a part of your airlock system and or, you know, sealing your glove areas and areas that you don't want exposed to potential germs. Okay, $5. Exam gloves. They have exam gloves at the Dollar Tree. You get 5, this would be the equivalent of 5 pairs. There's 10 individual gloves inside, but there are 5 pairs in here. So
This is good, folks.
this is good stuff. Yeah, good stuff. Keep yourself protected. You know, if you're going out in public or just other places, you know, if somebody in your house is sick, these could be invaluable. Okay, $6. Pine Sol. Pine Sol kills bacteria. It's not something I usually use. I'm more of a natural person myself. But for $1, Pine Sol. This little bottle makes 5 gallons, by the way. This is a concentrate bottle. So this actually makes 5 gallons of Pine Sol cleaner to clean your home, disinfect, do all that. You can even wash your clothing with it, and I would highly recommend that to try to decontaminate your clothing. It has directions on the back, you know, on the bigger bottles of how to just put a little bit, no, but just pour a little bit in. It'll be all right. But yeah, you can cleanse and deodorize, and it definitely says, at least on the back, Salmonella, Staphylococcus aureus, and influenza A virus, Hong Kong strain. So better than nothing. 5 gallons of cleaner, Pine Sol. 7. We've got bleach. Okay, bleach. Now, if you're using this for like water purification, do not get a scented bleach. Okay, this is a scented bleach. I wanted scented for just cleaning purposes because I don't like the smell of bleach. So if I gotta use bleach, I'd rather have something that smells better. But bleach is a great way to clean, to disinfect, keep things clean. So bleach. Also, ammonia. Ammonia is a great cleaner and disinfectant, okay? It helps keep things clean, helps keep things disinfected. It's a good thing. So those are 2 different cleaners, and you get quite a lot. I mean, if you were cleaning for months, that would last. So that is something, where are we at? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think we're at like $9 right now. So 10, I either had gotten like powdered bleach and like another bag of, you know, bags or 2 drop cloths or whatever. But that's pretty much how you can get supplies for the coronavirus at the Dollar Tree. So,
or for just prepping, period.
Yeah, just prepping, period. Yeah. Just prepping, period. Like a lot of that stuff, great stuff. You know, they also have rice, dried beans at the dollar store. Which was great. Canned soaps, potted meat, Vienna sausages, 2 for $1 at the dollar store. You know,
you can't go wrong.
You cannot go wrong with that. I mean, that is better than eating nothing at that point. Cans of soup that, you know, have water already in them. You can get noodles there, instant noodles. There's a lot of things you can get there. Spices and herbs that you could use for healing, you can get there. You know, things like cinnamon and ginger and, you know, things that would be good for chest and expectorants and things of that nature, $1. So I wanted to show people that yes, you can. You don't have to, you know, just necessarily have all these expensive things. Yes, you can have Santa Claus, like you can have masks, you can have all the fancy things, but these things for just $10 can get you through. And I think that people have to, you know, kind of put our minds together. You know, Mr. Tyre brought up to me tonight, which I thought was really humbling. He was like, when we started, the first thing we got was a slingshot and water purification tablets. And I was like, you're right. That is the first thing we ever got for prepping. And we've built on that from then. So start small, start slow. Just try to get a few things here or there. If you only got, I mean, look through some couch cushions and find some change. I mean, you could get one thing. Just start somewhere. I think that that's just kind of the mindset. It is overwhelming, all the things you do need when it comes down to preparing. I mean, from everything from, you know, seeds, you know, from the survival seed belt from mypatriotsupply.com. Or just all the other things that you could think about needing, it starts to become overwhelming. I did also find some really great gardening stuff at the Dollar Tree today too. I found 3 indoor kind of herb planters that I'm going to use that can also be set outside. They had 4 for $1 seeds, 4 for $1 packs of seeds at the Dollar Tree. You know, there's things, they had garden shears, they had, you know, gloves, they even had small bags of potting soil. You know, so for $5, you could start a small little garden for almost no money. and you could keep reaping the benefits. You could definitely grow lettuce inside right now, which that would create nutrition. You could grow spinach, you know, all different types of things you can grow inside. You just have to try. You just have to try. Yeah, so I think tomorrow too, I haven't had her set it up yet, and I need to have her do that. But like I said, this week has been crazy since I was going to offer the 72-hour kit. We're going to probably make contests at freedomrevolutionnetwork.com active. And then we're going to have everybody who wants to try to win enter at contests at freedomrevolutionnetwork.com. Then after the week period that we're going to open it up, then we'll pick a name and, you know, get it sent off to your house. And then, like I said, there'll also be like 2 masks and some Santa Claus in there for you as well. Just so that, you know, that's the one thing that I, Scarlett, could, you know, give to you all, to that. I just feel, at least I'll feel better to know that one person out there has something, you know?
Right. That's great.
It just makes me, it's what I can do. I can't physically bring it to you, but I'm going to try to find a way to get that into someone's hands. I think it's important. A few other people said they had some items that they would like to donate as well. So if you do want to donate those things, please email me at stationmanager@freedomrevolutionnetwork.com. And we could figure out, we could just give you the winner's address, and then you could send it on to them. I think that might be the easiest way to go about that. If somebody doesn't, I mean, I guess, well, privacy. So maybe they'll send it to me first and then I'll send it out. But we'll figure it out, you know, so anybody who wants to help, and, you know, we could have a preppers library or prepping sharing cabinet or something where, you know, if people have extra stuff that they're like, hey, you know, I don't mind trying to get this to this person, and if that person needs it, I don't mind those type of things happening. We should help one another if we can. Absolutely. It's not about being greedy, who has the most, who has everything hoarded and stored. It's really about, you know, I have something, and if I'm able to help you, I will. I think that's how people should treat it. Because we might lose humanity in this. You know, if it gets as bad as it is in China, people are already losing humanity. People are ripping each other out of their homes, beating them for not having masks on. You know, how do you know they don't have mental illness or other issues, you know, where they're just not understanding right now or just don't get it? It makes you sick a little bit to see how people can treat one another. But we know that this world isn't, you know, sunshine, rainbows, unicorns, and kittens. The history of the world has been based on really deep, dark stuff and the underbelly of society.
Speaking of the underbelly,
yeah,
something's going on in the chat right now, and I'm going to address it. And I'm going to address it hopefully for the last time. Those people that don't like the idea of being on this network, get the hell out of here. If you don't like it here, leave. We are trying to give you the best information that you can get, that we can get. You tell us you want to donate to my program, prove it. Prove it. If you want to donate to my program and don't want to do it through Freedom Revolution, you better not badmouth me, badmouth Scarlett, badmouth the network, or badmouth Mel. She has bent over backwards for you. And I'm tired of you harassing her, you harassing the network, harassing me, harassing Scarlett. If you don't like it here, get the hell out. And that's a commandment from me. And you can tell whoever you want that I said it. I used to respect you when we were back on the other channel, on my own channel. I used to respect you. We've already told you on the YouTube FRN Network channel that we can't open up, we cannot open up that donation.
Super chat.
without
Super
4,000 watch hours, and we need over 1,000 subscribers. We're at
Right.
475.
And we don't have that right now on this network.
No, we have
and
half
you-
of that, but
Yeah.
we need you guys to share if you want to get to that point. Otherwise, we do have other ways of donating, and you can pick whatever one you want to use for that. But as far as Super Chat goes, we can't do anything that YouTube doesn't allow us to do.
Right. So don't harass Mel. Don't harass any of the rest of the people on our channel,
Or
on our
mods.
network.
Yeah, or
Don't
mods.
harass me or anybody.
No.
I am tired of dealing with you or dealing with any of you. If you don't like it, get the hell out. Yes, I will accept your donations. You have other ways to donate to me and my program.
Absolutely. You can send it to
I have PayPal.
and yeah.
Over, if you go to my channel, if you go to the Emergency Management Associates channel, on any and every video, it will show you how you can donate to my program. You have no right to harass the network. You have no right to harass Scarlett, Mel, or me. If you don't like it here, get out. I will happily accept your money if you want to donate it to our PayPal account. I will happily accept it, but I will not allow you to harass people and interrupt our chat or interrupt our program like you've done. And I'm tired of it. And yes, several people have said, block them, Ron. And that's exactly what I plan on doing.
We're just here to give information. You don't have to like the network. I don't know what people's issues are, but here's the deal. We're just here to give information. We're here to talk about two people. Let's not make distractions when this is really important
That's right.
time for people. It's a very serious time to be talking about this. It's a time to come together, not be ripped apart. So if you're not here for unity and you're not here for, the greater good of working together and trying to figure this out and be a group of people who can rise above most drama, then it's probably not the place for you.
That's right.
I'm sorry.
And Carol G, I'm sorry, somehow you were blocked. Try to resubscribe.
Yeah.
Carol G has been with me since day one.
Yeah, send an email to Ron and tell him what username you're using, and he could probably go through the list and figure out if you are, or we can give it to Mel, or we could try to figure out how you're not being connected. So just let us know. If you guys have any issues with the technology side, please let us know. We don't know until you let us know, because we're not sitting clicking on every part of everything every day. So if you could just let us know, hey, this link didn't work, or hey, this didn't show up right for me when I went to the website and I didn't get to see this or that, or whatever it is, please just let us know. Don't feel like you're bothering us, because you're not. We can't know unless you let us know. So we can't change what we don't acknowledge, right? So you got to let us be able to acknowledge it, and then we can, work on it if it's possible. Some things aren't possible, but some things are. So just ask. You never know what could be done for you.
We will help you. I don't care whether it's Puka or Carol G or anybody. We will help you.
Negotiator, anybody, we will help you. We don't care who
Yeah.
you are. Come to us. I'm an open book with help. Everybody, whoever comes asking a question, or I live to serve. So I like helping people. So it's not something that I would shy away from. So please just come and ask. Don't be afraid. I promise you that. We don't bite here.
Yeah. And I'm sorry if I came off strongly, but I'm getting tired of certain people harassing us. I am.
Yeah.
I'm dead tired of it.
Well, there's no point in it. If they don't like, just like anything else, if you don't like it, just, like they say, the rule is on Facebook, just scroll on. You don't have to come engage on the website. You don't have to come and chat. There's no point. Just don't engage.
And Allison, I'm not going to rage anymore. This is the last time I'm going to address it.
Yeah.
I promise
Pretty
you.
much. No, but you'll just be ignored in the future, and no one will pay attention to your comments. So you can say it, but we're not going to acknowledge it from this moment forward.
Exactly.
I think it wastes our time and everybody else's time who enjoys the program and enjoys the programming here on Freedom Revolution Network. I've worked really hard over the last 5 years to create this. I've been on air for 5 years. I have devoted my life and soul to having a network with a group of hosts all over the country. Anybody is welcome to have their own show and program and get the word out, because that's what's important. Uncensored, unfiltered, unfettered, just real, raw, live news. And that's what the Freedom Revolution Network's about. It's about bringing a freedom revolution. It's about getting us all riled up to take our freedom back, because we are Americans. We believe in 1776. We believe in the idea of American greatness and the American dream. And
That's why we do what we do.
Yeah, right now as the country stands, we can't have that. So we need a freedom revolution. And that's what we're here about, having, edgy programs, having good content, telling the news, telling the stories, so that eventually we can wake people up into a network of activists. We don't want to just be sitting here always telling you the news. We want to get out there and be active with people in our community who want to help and want to help things go forward, right? I would love to have local or regional groups of people who know each other, who can click and help each other out through this. Yeah. So many of you guys out there, my heart hurts for you guys, because a lot of you guys are alone. A lot of you guys are alone. And I don't want any of you guys going through this alone, feeling like you don't have anybody. We're here for you, but we can't be there physically.
I would do anything for any one of you. Most of you know that. I hope all of you know that. And we all would do that. We don't want anybody to feel like you're alone. Heavens no. Heavens no.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point, Red. Red was talking about you just need some flowers and berries and cactus and wild herbs and veggies and creek water in a pot makes a soup full of greatness. That is true. If you're in the Southwest, that is a great way to get lots of vitamins, nutrients very quickly.
I would do anything for any of you.
Oh, yeah, let me go look up the qualities. Yeah, I would do anything for anybody, anything I can do. I want to do it for them. That's the whole thing, and that's what we're here for. We're here to help you. We're here to help you get through things. We're here for you to ask questions. Of which, hey, does anybody want to ask some questions? Anybody want to call and talk to Ron? We can do that right now. We haven't opened that up yet, but does anybody want to call in and talk to Ron? Let's do it. Let's do it.
Let's go ahead and do that.
Yeah, so I'm going to give out the number here in a second.
We've never done this before.
We have not done this, so this will be fun. So whoever's out there listening right now, get your phones ready. All right, and if a bunch of you come in, we'll take you in the order you came in. And then you can ask Ron your question or your comment or your concern or something we talked about earlier that you want to get in. So if you're on the West Coast, you can call, and you can call this number if you were on both coasts, but it just gives you two options to call in. 1-669-900-6833. And then you're going to put in meeting ID number 215-156-098. Again, the number is 1-669, that's the telephone number you dial, 900-6833, meeting ID 215-156-098. And I will go put that in the site chat so that we can let those people know what's that all about.
We'd love to take your calls. We're planning on doing that the other night.
Oh, thanks, Mel. We love you, man. Thanks, dude. You're on top of that. See, this is why we love Mel. She just pops into the site chat like, here, everyone, here is the information that you need to have.
Yeah, I think it's cool.
Oh, it's wonderful. So, now we can, I was going to look up how much bleach, emergency disinfection of drinking water. This is coming from the EPA.
This is good information, folks.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull it up
Let you know.
actually on the screen share really quick while we're doing that and waiting for someone to call in. We'll see if anybody does. I mean, I would assume that they would like to speak to you. All right, so here we go. Emergency disinfection of drinking water. An emergency situation where regular water service has been interrupted, like a hurricane, flood, or water pipe breakage, local authorities may recommend only using bottled water, boiled water, or disinfected water until regular water service is restored. The instructions below show you how to boil and disinfect water to kill most disease-causing microorganisms that are present in the water. However, boiling or disinfection will not destroy other contaminants such as heavy metals, salt, and most other chemicals. All right. So they say only use water that's been properly disinfected for drinking, cooking, making any prepared drink, washing dishes, and for brushing teeth. And making any prepared drink includes, you guys, if you have a small baby, formula, because formula is not sterile. And so you need disinfected water. That's true. So they say use bottled water, or if you have properly prepared and stored an emergency water supply. Boil water if you do not have bottled water. Boiling is sufficient enough to kill pathogenic bacteria, viruses, and protozoa. If water is cloudy, let it settle and filter it through a clean cloth, paper boiling water towel, or coffee filter. Bring water to a rolling boil for at least 1 minute at altitudes above 5,000 feet. That means you read, I seen you in the chat. Boil water for 3 minutes. Let water cool naturally and store it in clean containers with covers. To improve the flat taste of boiled water, add 1 pinch of salt to each quart or liter of water, or pour the water from one clean container to another several times. Now that's a good idea. And you could even use Himalayan pink salt to kind of make a salt sole even, which would be really hydrating for you. Disinfecting water using household bleach. If you can't boil water, use only regular unscented chlorine bleach products that are suitable for disinfection and sanitation as indicated on the label. The label may say that the active ingredient contains 6 or 8.25% of sodium hypochlorite. Do not use scented, color safe, or bleaches with added cleaners. Like I said, this lavender bleach here, not the jam for that. This ain't that. This ain't for that. No citrus scented. This is not for that. Okay. So I'm going to get another container of bleach that's just specifically for disinfecting. Locate a clean dropper. Oh, if water is cloudy, let it settle and filter through a clean cloth, paper towel, or coffee filter. Locate a clean dropper from your medicine cabinet or emergency supply kit. Locate a fresh liquid chlorine bleach or liquid chlorine bleach that is stored at room temperature for less than 1 year. So
And
you want
do
fresh.
not use scented bleach.
No, or color safe, or bleaches with added cleaners. None of that. You want straight, good old bleach, not the thick bleach, none of that. You just want, that splash safe bleach. Nope. Just straight bleach. Like they said, 6 or 8.25% of sodium hypochlorite. They say use the table below, and only for 1 year can you store it. So if you have some in your preps now, you need to go get a new one. And I just showed you how to get one at the dollar store. So they say that use the table below as a guide for how much you should add for water. Example, 8 drops of 6% bleach or 6 drops of 8.25% bleach to each gallon of water. Double the amount of bleach if the water is cloudy, colored, or very cold. Oh, we got somebody. We're going to put you on hold really, really quick. Just give me a second here. Hold on. Because we're going to need you to turn off your radio there, too, so that we don't have to hear you.
Turn off your volume of your
Can you snatch
computer.
it from over there, Ron? Because it's not letting me, probably because I don't have host capabilities. But can you go to the participants and then just mute them really quick? That's all you have to do.
Is this working now?
Hello, this is Ron and
Okay,
Scarlett on
Ron,
the
just
air.
mute her on participants, though. Really
Okay.
quick so I can finish this.
We're just going to mute you just for a quick second. Stand by with us.
Yeah, stand
Hold on.
by and we'll get you there. I just want to finish this
Hold
before we bring a caller in, but I'm glad somebody
Hold on just a minute.
So you got to go to participants and then hit that, or make me the host like I've showed you how to do before.
I've got it.
Then they say let it sit, stir and let stand for 30 minutes. The water should have a slight chlorine odor. If it doesn't, repeat the dosage and let it stand for another 15 minutes before use. If the chlorine taste is too strong, pour the water from one clean container to another and let it stand for a few hours before use. So 1 quart, 2 drops of 6%, 2 drops of 8.25%. 1 gallon, 8 drops of 6%, 6 drops of 8.25% bleach. 2 gallons, 16 drops or a quarter teaspoon, 12 drops, 1/8 teaspoon or 12 drops. 4 gallons, a third of a teaspoon, 4 gallons of 8.25% bleach, a quarter teaspoon, 8 gallons of bleach, 8 gallons of water to 2/3 teaspoon of 6% bleach, or 8 gallons of water with a half teaspoon of 8.25% bleach. Bleach may contain 6 or 8.25% sodium hypochlorite. Also, FEMA has more information on that. Look for other sources of water in and around your home. Melting ice cubes, draining your hot water tank or pipes. You can use river or lake water. Use flowing water rather than still or stagnant water. Don't use water with floating material or if it has a dark color or questionable odor. Treat the water following the instructions on the main page above. If you have a well that has been flooded, make sure to disinfect and test it as well. So yeah, you can go to, and that's on EPA.gov, just put in, emergency disinfection of drinking water. It actually has a ability to print it in a nice printer document. So that's something you could use as well. So I just wanted to get that out because we were talking about that and I saw a few people in chat speak about that. All right, now we can have our caller.
Go to our caller.
Yeah, so now unmute them. Perfect.
Hello, this is Ron and Scarlett. You're on the air with us.
Hi, this is Laura.
Hi, Laura. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. How are you guys doing?
We're doing
Crazy.
good. Yeah, we're doing good. Excited.
Good.
How can we help you, Laura?
Yeah, what do you want to talk
Oh, no. I didn't have a question. Just wanted to make a comment. What a wonderful show you guys are putting on and how much you're appreciated. Both Ron, Mel, Scarlett, you all do a great job.
Well,
Oh,
thank you,
you.
Laura. We really appreciate that.
Oh, that's lovely.
Yeah, no problem.
We enjoy, we like to hear feedback from everybody. Sometimes we don't know if we're shooting in the dark or if we're doing well.
Laura, what part of the country do you live in?
Wisconsin.
Oh,
Wisconsin.
Hello, neighbor.
Yeah.
I've been there.
Yeah.
Green Bay, home of the Packers.
Oh,
Hey.
yeah.
Yep.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah,
That's
it's a great
awesome.
place.
Yeah.
Oh,
Very good place. I haven't been on that side of Wisconsin ever. My family lives in central,
I've been
Except
all
I'm
over
over
that.
winter, so.
Yeah, I'm over winter too.
We are so over it.
Monday. I'm not happy. My birthday's Tuesday, so I'm not happy. So you'll have snow Tuesday. Just know that.
We had 17 inches of snow last weekend.
Did you
We
really?
are scheduled to get some more snow tomorrow night into Monday. The cold temperatures kill my lungs, and
Yeah.
so I don't go out unless I absolutely have to. And so I'm
Yeah, I
done.
bet.
Bring on the warmer temperatures. Let's do it.
Okay. Well, I just
Yeah.
wanted to touch base and let you guys know, you're doing a great job.
Well, thanks, Laura. Stay tuned with us, all right?
Yeah.
Okay.
We can help you
Have
with
a good
anything.
night.
Please let us know. You
Yeah.
too.
I will.
Take care.
Good night.
Yep,
See
you
ya.
too.
Good night. Bye.
Yeah. So if anybody else wants to call in and just say hello, just like that, it's that simple. It's pretty easy. It worked. So we've got over our first phone call. We've made it.
Hey.
So we're going to have opportunities in the future for more people to call in and talk to Ron and ask questions and, just talk about whatever they want. If you've got an opinion, call in, say something. Your
Yes,
voice
please
should
do.
be heard.
We want you to.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's fun. I have been used to, for the last 5 years, taking callers. That's how I used to do my program, was callers. So I love callers. Callers are interesting. You get them from all over the country, all over the world sometimes. We also do have numbers that we could hook up if we do have some international viewers out there. Let us know at webmaster at Freedom Revolution Network or station manager at freedomrevolutionnetwork.com. because we could add more options if you are in a country that is supported by this program, by what we use to broadcast. They have numbers for countries. So we could be able to have you do that without extra cost. So just let us know what country you're in and we can add that number for you too.
Yeah. Bill, good night. It's good to have you here. Thanks for joining us tonight too.
Yeah, that was wonderful. She came in just at the right time. I mean, it was perfect. Couldn't have been any better.
Awesome. That's awesome. We love it.
Yeah.
We really do. That is
Well,
so
you know,
cool.
and we have so many things happening right now between like the tropical cyclone that's in, Madagascar, or, you have the avalanches in Afghanistan with 50 homes destroyed and 21 dead.
We've got a bad storm in northern Europe.
Yep.
It's about to hit over there. And please, if you guys are in northern Europe, please let us know if we can help you at all. Because
Yeah.
if we have any ability to, we will. We will. And we have quite a number of people in northern Europe that monitor our program, that have been in the chat with us, from Norway, Denmark, Sweden, Finland, Austria, Germany, Romania, Switzerland. Please, if you need some kind of help or we can help you, please let us know. We will do our darndest to try. We will do that. We enjoy everyone that monitors our program. You guys are important to us. We have people from Japan, South America, Central America. We have people down in Australia. We have 5 people in Australia that I know about. There's probably a dozen more. We have a couple people in New Zealand. Love it.
Yeah, absolutely love it. One thing that I was going to talk about with this storm really quick is I was going to screen share it really quick so we can see the storm that's coming right now. No, actually, I think it's on this one.
Casmirio, good to see you.
Hey, Casmirio. Yeah, buddy. I remember you from Dutch days. What's up, Casmirio? This is Clarity After Dark, as I was known in chat. That is me. All right, where was I? I was going to go look at, oh yeah, massive North Atlantic storm. There we go. Powerful North Atlantic cyclone forced the Icelandic Met Office to issue a red weather alert for southern Iceland in effect through the first half of February 14, 2020. Violent and dangerous wind gusts may exceed 124 miles an hour in some areas. Residents are advised to secure their neighborhood, fasten loose items, and show caution. Now remember, 124 miles an hour would be over Category 1. Category 2. Almost Category 3.
Yeah.
So remember that. Traveling is not advised while weather warnings are in effect. Damages due to flying debris are likely, and construction workers are encouraged to secure construction sites. Oh, somebody else is here. Hello, who is this?
This is Bonnie. Hold on, let me get the sound off of this, or
Yeah,
turn it off.
To say, turn off your radio.
That's what I'm doing.
Yep, absolutely.
There, that now you won't get any feedback.
Welcome, Bonnie.
Well, it's great to be here. You guys are just wonderful. You keep me so busy watching you, Ron, and all the other shows that I got to remember that I got to do housework and other things besides listen to Freedom Revolution Network. But I love it.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Oh, I think you're going to go places. I know it. So I think it's going to start expanding like crazy. But I need all the distraction I can because living here in Puget Sound in Washington State, just east of I-5. But, it's I'm all prepped though, and I've been a prepper for probably 15 years. So, I'm set.
Yeah.
That's great.
It's wonderful. I mean, all we can do is be as prepared as possible, right?
Right. And, I'll shelter, in place unless I can happen to find a small, inexpensive place to buy in Eastern Washington or some other state where it's rural. But, I live in a small town,
One of our dreams
here.
eventually is to open up Freedom Revolution properties
so that we could, market some of these like more off-grid properties that people, our people would like, these kind of off-grid,
Yeah.
get some, real estate agents who want to work with us. And so that way we could like, make a whole listing of, places all around the country that people could purchase for this reason, that we've kind of looked over and curated and said, yeah, that might actually be good, look at certain threats. And I think it would be a specialty that we don't have right now.
I think that would be a wonderful idea, and I think it would become really popular, once people found out about it, because there really isn't anything like that.
No, not for bug out or, yeah, they have vacation properties and all that, but not for like specific, safety or security properties that you would want to purchase to be off grid and, kind of create your own oasis.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. That would be absolutely wonderful. So, I've been looking around and stuff, even, when I'm on the computer doing other things. And boy, it's hard, to find anything like that. All the realtors give you the bigger places, where they'll get a, larger percentage.
Well, yeah, and all the manicured stuff and all the, stuff that you wouldn't necessarily want, right? So, it wouldn't necessarily be what you would want to use it for. So that's why I thought it could be, potentially at a certain point, something that we could do, just because a lot of people are looking for it. A lot of us want that little piece of property. We all do.
Sure.
Oh, yeah.
Use and, bug out to, or use for our own enjoyment, just to be away from everyone.
Right. And the network could probably get commissions.
That's what we
know,
were kind of thinking, that if we worked with real estate agents and they would kind of do the legwork and show us the properties, but then we kind of showcase them to everybody and say, hey, look, this realtor in this area has this property, this property, this property, and just kind of be the middleman for that, because I want everybody to get that piece of land. I've been looking for land that's, relatively cheap, or, maybe owner finance land. Certain options like that. Now down where Red is, there's a lot of options for land like that in her area. Owner, financing, put like maybe $100 down and pay every month. So there are places like that exist. Please do not feel like, I don't have $20,000. You don't necessarily need that for properties. Truly, you don't.
Well, yeah, and I could. I mean, I could probably buy a piece right now, but then I'd probably have to start figuring out a way to house myself on it. Probably start off with a trailer or something, or motorhome.
Trailers are great. Honestly, campers or trailers are great because you can even modify them in Washington. I had talked to a gentleman who said that you can cut holes in the bottom of your camper and then put in, your heat ducting so that it keeps everything in the bottom warm. And then you could even just, Red lives in a camper with a wood stove.
I've seen those.
She put her own in. So, and a lot of people in her area do the same. And she has wood stove.
That's great.
And she does not use, the traditional methods of heating. And I mean, it gets down to -25, -30 in her valley. And so, and they're warm. So, you don't need a lot, truly, honestly. I know it seems, like I said, daunting when you're thinking about trailers and land and this and that, but you can really make something work with minimal money and effort.
Well, especially if you're living in 150 square feet.
Yeah.
Living space, it doesn't take a lot to heat it. So
no, that's true too. People need to think about that too. The size of your property. Yeah, it might be nicer to have a bigger property, but when it really comes down
I'm talking about the size of the trailer, the space that you're inside with the wood stove. So
yeah, and then that's what I meant too. But the size of where you're at, you got to think about that. Right now, how do you heat it if you need an alternative source? You might need a lot of wood or a lot of oil or whatever you're using to heat it. And rocket mass is great for homes, for alternative heating. But these are the kind of things that I think all of us are just trying to figure out. How do we do that?
Well, yeah. Well, what's really funny is I own this home and these two lots with my brother and sister, but they have their own places. So I'm paying all the taxes and all of that stuff on it. But I just got my next notice, and this next year, the next 12 months, it's going to be $6,000 a year taxes.
Wow.
Can you believe that? That's Western Washington. It's gone up, I think, oh gosh, $2,500 in 3 years.
Wow.
The taxes are going up so fast.
What
It's
is it,
impossible.
levies, or what are they? Why is such the increase?
It's the schools, the cities, the county, and the state. Everybody wants more money for, you know, bonds and building and making trails and parks, and it's horrendous. I think
How
my
can you even afford that? Think
yeah.
of, the elderly who probably have paid off their properties many, many years ago. Do they
Right.
something like that to pay off?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So but, you know, I call this lovingly the Washington State Socialist Republic, WSSR, instead of the USSR.
Yeah.
And it's the housing prices in Seattle, 25 miles south of me, are the same as they are in San Francisco now.
Wow.
In taxes.
The thing is, I remember the day when it was $100 a year. You know?
Yeah. Well, Eastern Washington taxes, it might be $1,000 a year
Right.
for the same size house, but the house is, 70% less. But now that, Zillow used to just do the property value estimates, and all the counties used it to do their taxes. Well, now Zillow has become a real estate company too, and as soon as they got that permission to do that, the housing prices in Eastern Washington, and the people are really poor there, and they're talking about increasing gasoline taxes over the whole state. Those people sometimes have to drive 50 miles to go to their work. And they're all low income, and, people in the western side, they just don't care. So it's really kind of pitiful what's going on. So
That's sad.
It is pitiful.
That is really
Yeah.
sad. God,
yeah,
It's too bad.
yeah, definitely.
politicians.
Yeah, yeah,
They control
really.
a lot of it, and this is what our frustration is truly with the whole coronavirus outbreak or any other natural disaster that occurs. They curb
Right.
us. They treat us like children or infants or, imbeciles that just can't understand the concepts, but yet somehow they, as mortal man, have figured out the concept.
Well, it's kind of like they think we're stupid and we don't know what's good for us, but they do. And I'm sure I'm glad that I was a kid and started, grew up in the 50s and the 60s. Those were really great times, but what a difference.
Very true.
The world is a very different place, from when my mother grew up, and even when I've grown up, even to now, the change has been very stark in my lifetime, even. Very drastic.
Oh, yeah. But it's fun at the same time. Like, I love the technology and everything.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine.
It's great.
I lived at a time where we didn't have technology, so I'm very thankful for that. I grew up with computers. I grew up with technology, so I got to learn it as it came out.
That
was interesting for my generation for sure, because we have a little bit better grasp. We were little kids, fixing the VCRs for our parents and, all that. It's true.
Yeah.
Yep.
I always had to program the remote and do all that. I still do. I still got to go program the remotes. So still got to teach mom how to tap.
That's right.
So it's a learning
Well,
curve.
it really, really is. But I really would like to get someplace where I can see the sky every so often. This year, the past 7 months, we've had rain every day, at least sometime in a 24-hour day.
It's interesting that the jet stream that's pushing all that in, it's just a constant flow now. It's like like the atmospheric river is like open, but constantly over there. Just constant.
Yeah. I keep trying to look out my upstairs window at Mount Rainier to check out steam.
Right.
Yeah.
But it's always cloudy, and if I drive 5 miles, I can see Mount Baker and Glacier Peak, all 3 volcanoes. But it's the weather over the past year.
Yeah.
You can't see if they're steaming. So
Yeah.
But anyway, I want to say thank you. I don't want to take up all your time here, but you know, I love it here, and I'm always eagerly hearing if something big happens, like our 2 4-point earthquakes.
Yep.
Those
We're
I'm looking for.
looking for those too. We're monitoring for them. We're always looking for them. Ron and I will wake up in the middle of the night if we have to and blast it from the high heaven. We're here
We
for it.
will.
We
We've
will.
done that before with various other things, and we'll do it again.
Yeah, I call Ron in the middle of the
Oh
night,
yeah.
matter, unfettered, 3 o'clock in the morning. Ron, get up, Ron. Go on.
Oh.
Yeah, so you know, Ron and I are always just, you know, either up in the middle of the night researching ourselves together, or we'll go on air with it if we think it's important enough to, you know, break and get everybody up and rile everybody up. So
You know,
Yeah, who
I
needs
get-
sleep, huh?
no, sleep's overrated. We'll sleep when we're dead. You
I
know?
have my earthquake app set at 5.0 and above, and so when one of those goes off in the middle of the night, it wakes me up. I want to know about it.
Yep.
You know.
Well, I certainly want to be alerted because that I live 5 miles from when Monroe and Cathcart, they had that 4 meg. I think it was in August or September or whatever it was, and I didn't feel it.
Right.
But I went up and I looked up at, you know, I followed it where the main quake was, and then the little line that went right up over Lord's Hill, straight over to Cathcart, and I thought there was a earthquake fault for eons. So.
Right. And so were you around when Mount St. Helens went off?
I watched it out from my back porch.
Did you really?
Wow.
But yeah. I heard it actually the night before it went off.
Did you?
I was fishing with a friend in Eastern Washington in Banks Lake, and I said, something's wrong. Something's wrong at home. I can just feel it. I don't know what it is. We got to go now. But they wanted to fish the next day, and I said, you know, and I had my car separate, and I said, well, I'm going. Okay, go. And I went home, and I called everybody. There was nothing wrong. I felt like an idiot.
Right.
Went to bed and got up at 8 in the morning and was looking out the kitchen window, you know, on a sunny day, and I heard boom, boom, boom. And I said to myself, that's Mount St. Helens. And I ran over to this house, which my dad had been born in, and it was his grandfather's house, and that I'm living in now. But I was living, you know, like 5 blocks away at that time. My parents were living here, and ran into the house, you know, and, you know, went to the back porch and looked south, you know, past Mount Rainier towards where Mount St. Helens. And here was this gray, billowing, puffing up, going higher and higher in this, you know, the sky, you know, and, you know, I'm north of Seattle. Right. So that's a long distance, and it was impressive. And I worked at 911 dispatch at that time, and we were doing 12-hour shifts, and we were, every once in a while, the ash went in a different direction and went north. And then we'd have to, you know, alert everybody and do all that. So it was a real interesting time for me. So I was like being there.
Everyone, this is why I love callers, because when we get to talk to callers, we get to get great stories, like eyewitness testimonies of Mount St. Helens blowing. Okay, that's a thing. That's fascinating. Wow.
I love dispatch stories too, having been a police officer and having worked in dispatch
too. I dispatched too for you.
Yeah, so we all dispatched, and I was a reserve police officer for about 4 years, and then I got my first MS attack, but didn't know what it was. So I was working at dispatch then at that time, and because I just start walking and fall flat in my face. Well, you can't. You can't do much with that.
One of my real close friends has MS, and you know that was one of her first signs was drop leg and just losing it. And she was like, "I'm fine." Yeah. She was like, "What is going on?" And I'm like, "You need to. That's neurological. Like you need to go in. There's something not right with that." And she just got diagnosed at when we were about, I think, like 29, with that. Yeah. And she's got.
That's about what age I was.
Yeah.
But that was in 1983, and they didn't have MRIs.
Oh,
So
wow.
I wasn't
I mean,
diagnosed.
your myelin sheath and it all, disappearing and the lesions and all that.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
So it's, yeah, I've definitely had my life is never boring.
No.
I can tell you that.
No one's life is. You gotta find where the interest is, right? There's always something that you could take as the other side, right?
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Well, I had lots of interesting careers, everything from working with at-risk youth for 6.5 years and mental health professional because I went back to grad school. I was working full time and did it in 2 years and then became a mental health professional and specialized in brain injury and geriatrics.
Oh, wow. Fascinating.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah.
It is.
So the
Oh,
MS
good.
changed my career.
Yeah,
Yep. When life gives you lemons, make lemonade, as they say.
There you go.
absolutely.
Yep.
That's fascinating. That's so awesome.
Anyway,
We got to talk to you tonight because you're one of
Yeah,
our
thank you.
brothers, honestly, and we appreciate you for everything you've done for FRM.
oh,
Yes, thank you.
well, I love all of you, and I appreciate it because I don't think people even begin to understand how much work there is into putting something like this on and getting everything set up and all your data and information, that you're going to, do. I mean, it's hours and hours and hours.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So,
Brett and I had
thank you.
years ago, we did thousands of hours of research, hundreds of hours, tens of hours a week. It is a long process and we do a lot of research, but we do it all for everyone. We want everyone to get the information. If you can't sit down and research it, we're going to do it for you.
Well, just know that I think most people, and I really understand it, because I've worked on lots of extra projects in the past, but if you love doing it, they say do what you love. So
Yeah.
I love it very much.
Yep.
And all this and putting it all together. It's a headache sometimes. It really is. It's a headache and it's stressful. And, sometimes we're like, but when we're done, the show's over, we always feel good about what we've put together. So yeah. It is doing what I love.
It's awesome.
It is awesome.
It really is.
Yeah. Well, thank you, both of you. I love you and I love everybody here. And I, just really appreciate it. And you do make a difference in my life.
Oh,
So thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate
You make a
that.
difference in ours too. We get so excited. I get excited to talk to everybody every day. And when we get to chat and talk about things that we see together, it's fun.
Hey,
Which is
my
so
learning
cool.
curve at doing texting from, in the chat rooms, it's really improved. I'll tell you.
Great helping
I
people.
still know how to write longhand, though.
Yeah. It's rough.
I'm so.
Well, thank you. We
Well,
appreciate
good. I'm sure there's someone else in the pipeline
There
waiting
is.
to talk to you. So I better get off because I want to hear that person now. So
Cool.
I want to hear everybody that wants to come on. That's exciting.
it is.
Well, thank you. We appreciate you
Okay.
calling.
Good night and God bless you.
You too, Bon.
Good night and
See
God
you
bless.
later.
Hey,
Bye-bye.
Ron, real quick,
Bye.
participants, can you make me the host real quick on the participants? Click participants and then make me the host. Hover over my name and then it says make host. Do that real quick. Can you do that? Okay.
We'll see you, Bonnie.
See you, Bonnie.
Okay, bye-bye.
Can you do that real quick before we grab the next caller? Make me the host.
Yes, I'm trying to do that right now, and it's not doing it.
Yeah.
Oh, here, let's see.
Yep, participant, make me the host. Thank you. All right, now we've got, okay, make me the host. You got to click on me and make
There
me
you
the
go.
Yeah.
Got
Yep.
it.
Perfect. All right, so now we have our next caller. Hello, caller.
Hello. Welcome to the Emergency Management
Phone number?
Associates radio show.
Hello, 620 number. We see you. Would you like to identify yourself?
Hello.
Caller, unmute yourself. May have your thing on mute but I see you there. 620 number 873. Not gonna say the rest, but You
Go
got-
ahead.
hear me?
Yes, we
Hello?
can.
Yes.
Who is this?
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, this is Bruce in Kansas. How are you guys?
Hey, Bruce, good to hear from you again.
Yeah, how are you guys doing tonight?
The ball is still dribbling.
Yep. We're still rolling. We're rocking and rolling. How are you?
Oh, hanging in there, just kind of relaxing, watching you on my TV and listening to you on the phone. One gives out, the other one comes in on the buffering a little bit, but I'm catching everything you guys got going, and I love what you guys are doing versus MSMs out here and everything. I hardly watch them anymore. I get about everything from YouTube and other sources that I can get into on the internet. And glad to help out Ron there with some information that I come across I think's important and send to him and everything. So, but I love what you guys are doing and everything, and much love to everybody in the chat and everything and all of that. So, but you guys are awesome.
Oh,
Well, thank you, Bruce. We appreciate your help too.
gushing
Gosh.
tonight, you guys. Gosh. All the kind.
Yeah,
I appreciate them all. I love you
Yes.
guys. You guys are amazing people, and we appreciate your research because we do use it. We
Oh, yeah.
got 2 eyes apiece. We got 4 eyes, and we can only see so much.
yeah, I'm disabled and everything can't work, and I'm pretty tech savvy for my age and stuff and everything. Ron knows how old I am, and most of us didn't have computers when we were in school, and I'm all self-taught and everything on how to get around and computers. And between me and my brother, he was in the military for 26 years, and he was there when the computer age came in, and we taught each other different operating systems. He taught me DOS, and I taught him Windows because I got into it when Windows was first coming out, and we built several machines when they were towers and stuff. Laptops are a little tricky to do. About all I do with them is change hard drives and memory and batteries and stuff and things like that. But I try to get all I can on what's going on what's pertinent to what we're doing and everything, always keeping my ears open. And one question, this program number, does it change every time you go on the air, or do you keep the same program number?
It will change every time we're on the air, except that I'm going to teach Ron how to use the Zoom where the number will stay the same, but the only thing that will change every show that we'll give you is the meeting ID.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to think of something with me being on disability. Maybe I can come up with some wild and out-of-the-box idea to do like a half-hour show or something, but I'm still thinking, and if I come up with something, I'll run it by you guys and see what you think, because I'd like to do something and things like that to kind of occupy my time and everything. Don't do very much, no more than I'm getting a month. I don't go anywhere, so.
But, I wasn't in the room. I went to go get something to drink really quick. What was your idea? Just repeat
He
that.
wants to possibly do a show.
Oh, do a show.
Just coming up with something that's kind of off the wall, out of the box thinking that people might be interested in and everything like that. But
Figure out
I'm
something.
disabled. Yeah, I'm disabled, and no more than I get in. About all I get done is pay my bills and stay home and stuff and everything, and just need a little something to do. I'm still waiting on a settlement and stuff from the court with my workers' comp thing that I got going on future medical. It's taken forever. I went to valuation in August and still haven't got anything finalized yet, but I don't think it's going to be that much, but I'm just trying to find something out of the box, maybe
Started now.
simple,
Don't worry about it. We'll get you started. Don't worry about it.
simple.
create content, got you.
Yeah, like simple tech questions on computers or something like that, and everything that people might be interested in that maybe I can answer and things like that, nothing real crazy or anything, but just something to occupy some time and inform people and stuff like that is kind of what I'm wanting to do, and trying to help Ron out with info and
internet security
and
stuff like that too, how to lock down your computer, how to use a VPN, stuff like that. That would be really helpful, just simple.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the VPNs or anything like that. I just run mostly free programs like for virus and stuff and things like that, but it's just one of those deals where I just do something. I'll have to do some more thinking. It might not even be anything like that. I'll think of something out of the box and I'll email you, Scarlett, and kind of throw an idea out there and everything. And what I asked Ron last night, I might have an idea for him if things come through for a vehicle for him and everything, but I just have to do it and get it finalized and stuff, but try to help him out on that, on what we talked about last night, because I got the hardware and stuff to put in there to make the tables and stuff out of and everything to get things started anyway and all of that. And right now, without doing anything to it, you could use it as a POV and stuff like that, but I just have to finalize it. It's in the works right now, but just trying to get things done.
Oh, that's
so,
fun.
but
don't apologize.
It'll be
come when it'll come, so don't apologize.
Yeah, it'll be out here in Kansas, so we're gonna have to figure out a way to get it to Utah or something. But we can
we'll figure it out.
Cross that when it comes out.
Maybe
yeah, basically
down there and we could take it to Ron. I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm on the way.
Yeah, it's what I had it before, and I'm trying to get it back. When my wife was paralyzed from the chest down, I lost her back 2 years ago in May on Memorial Day and everything, and I use it to haul her around in the wheelchair thing, and it's a 96 E150 Ron with a raised top. Is what
cool.
It is.
That would be
awesome.
Cool.
And basically, it's a conversion van is what it is. It came with a shell, and they customized it as what it was, and that's how I bought it.
That's great.
But I'm trying to get it back and everything. I kind of want it as a backup, but you're in a tight spot, and I'm like everybody else. I like to help people and everything. So, but that's just me and everything and all of that. But we can work something out. And if I get it, I'll send pictures and stuff to you, and so you can take a look at it and see what you think, Ron. And if you need it for handicap stuff, I still got the lift and stuff to put the door and everything
so far
like
I
that
don't.
too.
I don't have to have it.
Yeah, me too. But yeah, I still got 2 electric chairs. So if anybody out there needs an electric wheelchair, one's real fancy and the other one's just a basic, get a hold of me or somehow and see if we can get something going on, and I can help some people out with that too and everything, because I know they're hard to come by and they're pretty expensive, so and everything. And one of these days I'm going to have to talk to Negotiator too on the phone, and everything I see his remark up there on the screen right now on what I'm looking at. But anyway, that's kind of a report from southwestern Kansas, 40 miles south to Oklahoma and about 45 west to Oklahoma and down towards Colorado. I'm way down here to nowhere, and I've got plenty of room here, and I need a little help around the house to get stuff straightened up. But whoever needs to bug out and can make it to Meade, Kansas, come on down. I got 3 extra bedrooms, so
that's
we
wonderful.
can help out with that too.
Thank you.
So,
people might need it.
And yeah, get some of them people up. off the West Coast out there.
Yes,
So,
That's
for a
great.
place
and things.
FRN family, they've got Bruce. So thank you for
Thanks,
opening
Bruce.
Yeah.
everything you have to us. We appreciate that.
Yeah.
Hey, no problem. I'll get out of here and let somebody else get in here, and I'll finish up the program watching you and everything else. But I thought I'd call in. I call Ron off and on and kind of give him a report from Southwest Kansas and everything. So, but got something pertinent, I'll either message him or text him, email him, or call him up and fill him in person, because I can talk better than I can type.
Oh yeah, yeah. If Ron, if you want to pass on my information to Bruce,
Yes, I will. I'll pass it on.
Pass
Bruce and
it
I
on.
talk quite.
Okay.
That's awesome.
Yeah, if
Thanks,
anybody wants to talk to me, just feel free to get a hold of Ron, and we can make arrangements and everything. So
Yeah, if anybody just needs somebody to talk to, or wants, a prep buddy who watches the same thing, who wants to talk about things and just have a friend, that's a wonderful thing.
It is.
yeah, yeah, I love to do that. The only other creatures I got in the home is 2 kitty cats, and I don't speak kitty very well. So, but it's kind of nice to talk to like-minded people and everything, and brainstorm and everything on some of the wild stuff that comes out. Thinks I'm living up to my last name, and I'm not going to tell you the joke about me here on the air with the NSA and everything else, but my last name is Looney, and go figure what I've got here and everything, and sometimes I live up to it.
Well,
you're awesome,
So,
Bruce.
but,
yeah, I enjoy you very much. It's very fun.
but anyway, you guys take care. God bless. Much love to you guys and everybody. And sometimes I don't chat, but I'm trying to be here about every night and listen and watch you guys. And if I got something pertinent to say, I pop in, as you well know. And I'm one of the out-of-box thinkers sometimes. It sounds strange, but that's just the way I think with my last name. Ha, ha, ha.
That's great.
Yeah,
Thanks, Bruce.
So,
perspective.
you bet you.
Yeah.
You guys have a wonderful evening. I'm going to try to get some sleep here and get to church in the morning and everything.
There
So
you go.
you guys have a wonderful evening, and we'll catch you again.
You betcha.
Thank you, Bruce. We appreciate
See you, Bruce. Love
One
you.
more.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, one more question. Is this phone number going to be the same phone number, or are we going to switch phone numbers?
It may be one switch of a phone number. Otherwise, this one will be used. Otherwise, and the meeting ID will change. But I think that we have a way to use one specific number that will never change. So I do believe we'll keep you updated on that. Otherwise, it will be this number that you have.
Okay, but I did talk to you that one night you had your program, Scarlet / Clarity, when I popped in on that deal when you were going to Virginia. That's me.
Yep.
So, but anyway, carry on. I love you. Carry on. Love you guys. Take care, and much love to everyone, and be good.
All right. You too, brother. See you soon.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Gosh, he's a good guy.
That's why I like colors, because, we get to hear from everybody. We get to hear what they're thinking, how they're feeling, what's going on. And it's just wonderful to hear from everybody. And we appreciate all of you. And you just don't understand how much that means to me.
Yeah. I speak kitty. I do a good meow, and I purr really well. Oh, gosh.
Great. Yeah, no. So, that's what it's about, you guys. Yes, we can talk about some of the most, doom and gloom things, but what it's really about is the connection that we have between all of us, right?
Yes,
That's
it's
what
awesome.
The connection, the way that we work with one another, the way that we just vibe. And I think that's important, is that I feel that everybody at this time in the world, can make decisions, and one of them can be to separate yourself, and one of them can be to unite. And I think that we'll be stronger together than we are separated.
Absolutely true. Absolutely true. We've got about 10 or 12 more minutes. We can take calls if anybody has any information. Scarlett, would you like to give out that number one more time?
Yes, I was going to just do that right now. I was like, let me just refresh everybody on what the number is. Okay, hold on. Our good friend of the show, Dwayne, was messaging me.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Dwayne, hello. It's good to talk or good to see you, brother. Thank you for being with us.
Okay, so then the number is 1-669-900-6833. Okay, with the number meeting ID 215-156-098. If you're on the East Coast, there's also another number, 1-929-205-6099. Again, meeting ID 215-156-098. So call in right now. You can talk to me and Ron live here on the Emergency Management Associates radio show, only on freedomrevolutionnetwork.com.
Exclusively on freedomrevolutionnetwork.com.
Absolutely, Ron. Yeah, and you guys check out, our shop. We're going to get a few more t-shirts in. Tell us if you want designs for t-shirts, something that you want for swag. Let us know. Check out our My Patriot Supply link. They've got deals of the day. Check them out. You can get really good deals like I did with these wild food foraging cards. $6. And now you have a picture way to identify plants, a small drawing, and all the information you need to keep yourself safe with actual playing cards on the back.
It's awesome, folks. Those are awesome.
These are really great. I can't wait to have fun and bring them out like camping and like all that. Cause I love foraging. Like that's one of my
They're over here in my 72-hour kit that goes everywhere with me.
Yeah.
So
and they give you a little keychain that you can, put everything in. I mean, it's amazing.
Yeah.
And it's
so
just
cool.
helpful because I don't think a lot of people realize how medicinal herbs are and how they can heal. A lot of people use allopathic medicine, which that's great. But there is a whole pharmacopoeia in your backyard.
Right.
And so we've got to learn, as the Native Americans used to say, within your general 1 mile range of area from your home base, you should be able to find everything you need to sustain you.
Yeah.
So cool. Yeah, so it's an amazing thing. So, I think people should start looking more. If you guys want us to do more shows on herbs, Red and I did a show on herbs exclusively for coronavirus a couple weeks ago. Check that out on Journey into Freedom. Just things that I think we can use for ourselves that can help. Herbs help immunity too. Herbs help treat certain diseases. So I think we should put it in our toolbox. Not that we may not need allopathic medicine, but that we should put it in our toolbox. It's another way to have very easy, like wild lettuce is grown in most places and is a very powerful and potent painkiller. And people have it growing in the cracks of their yards and on the sidewalks, and people try to spray that with Roundup and everything else to try to get rid of it when they have a truly good way to reduce inflammation right in their backyard. Yeah. And they don't even realize it. Yeah, wild lettuce. Here's wild lettuce. I was like, I bet you they have a wild lettuce card. And they do. Wild lettuce. Okay, wild lettuce. This is what it looks like. Everybody's probably seen it. Okay. It grows literally all the way over the US and Canada, except for the northern parts of Canada, like Yellowknife and all that. Sorry, northern Canada, you guys kind of left out. But you can eat the roots, leaves, or flowers. It's either 2 inches or more and can reach up to 12 inches. Leaves are deeply lobed and irregular, similar to dandelion, but more bluish green. Multi-branch top has many smaller yellow-blue blossoms. White milk exudes when any part is broken. Roots you can slice and chew as a nutritious gum. You can also dry them or freeze them. Leaves and flowers you can eat raw. They may be bitter. To remove bitterness, steam, boil, or saute. Boil in 2 changes of water if you want to completely reduce bitterness. So wild lettuce, great product, great plant.
I have it growing along my fence line.
Yeah,
And I've gone out along my fence and grabbed a handful and throw it in my mouth, and people going, "What are you doing?"
right. And you're doing something that is, helping pain. A lot of people have pain issues and pain conditions. It's something literally you can find outside.
Yeah.
Also, dandelion is very good for pain. Dandelion tea. It helps. You can make a dandelion salve. It's really good for muscles, really good for inflammation. And dandelions are found everywhere. You got to make sure haven't been sprayed, but dandelions are everywhere. There's so many things that you can eat the greens for nutrition.
Oh yeah.
There's so many things that are just right around you that you don't realize that are there. There's also some more that, might be more elusive. Things like chaga mushroom and other things aren't as easy to find. But you can find them. I've harvested my own wild harvest chaga, and it's great for inflammation and pain and, just general health. Like I said, we'll come up with a few more herbs for respiratory health and things that I think people could use. I personally like things like, ginger and oregano and things that will help expectorants out of your chest. I think those are important.
Absolutely is.
There's a lot you can do. There's just a lot of tips and tricks, and especially something like this isn't going to explain all the medicinal purposes. You're going to have to look into medicinal purposes of each individual plant. But once you start, the possibilities can then be endless. Like even for a balsam fir tree, it's a pine type tree. There's lots of vitamin C in those needles. People don't think
all sorts of good things.
Yeah, there's all sorts of good things. So, people don't think about it. You can use balsam fir actual branches. You can grind them up for flour. Same thing with acorn. You have to boil them to get the tannins out with acorn steak, but you can still grind that down into a gluten-free flour that you now can make food with. But it's not something you think about. Who thinks about, eating Christmas trees? I mean, seriously. Like, it's not, you can use the saps for glue, or, you can even make
Do
wine.
what Yul Gibbons said. Some parts are edible.
Yeah, exactly. Good source of vitamin C. They say you can chew the bark raw and grind raw or dried for flour. You can chew the sap as gum. Branches and twigs can strip and be grinded for flour. Needles used raw as food. Steep raw or dried for tea. Make wines. Grind raw or dried for emergency flour of the needle. So think about that.
It's amazing.
You could have something to eat just right in your backyard.
Right.
And it's not something you would have ever thought of. But now you have the power. So, put the power. Why we teach you all these things is because we want to put the power in your hands. We want you to be in control of your future, right? Because that's important. We can't necessarily help you or know everything about your life to make this easier for you. But what we can do is give you generalized ideas of what we think may work for you.
By the way, we've had a 2.21 earthquake in St. George, Utah, where my brother lives. We've had a 2 over in Los Angeles as well.
It's always
in fact, it was a 2.1 greater LA area. It hit it hit a little bit ago, but I wanted to put that out. We just got a message about that. Someone over on our messenger side of the house, Facebook Messenger, put it out. And they told us about the St. George quake.
Oh, another one in Hawaii again.
Yes, and another one in Hawaii again, too.
And Italy, 2.3, 2.1.
Yeah.
Another one up
Italy, Italy quake, we were kind of expecting, because we've seen all that seismic energy start pushing from the south going north, and that doesn't surprise us at all. But
Yeah, quite a bit of activity since we, have been on the air, which I
Yeah,
found.
there is.
One thing before we go, I am not going
Yes.
to forget to talk about this dang article. I was almost missed it 2 nights in a row. I would have been so mad, like, oh, I told everybody I was going to talk about this dang article. Then I never talked about it. Boom. Okay, we're going to be ready. Screen share. Bam. China is diagnosing coronavirus patients by looking at ground glass in their lungs. Take a look at the CT scans. This comes out of businessinsider.com. This was written on February 13, 2020 by Iria Bendix. And I will put this up on our coronavirus section if it's not already up on freedomevolutionnetwork.com. Go look at our special coronavirus page. Chinese authorities have started diagnosing coronavirus in Hubei province via CT scans. The scans aren't as thorough as blood tests, but doctors in Wuhan, where the virus originated, are reportedly running short on test kits. To diagnose the virus, physicians look for white patches called ground glass opacity, is what it's actually called, but it doesn't say that there, but I'm going to tell you that's what it is when you look it up. Ground glass opacity, which signals fluid in the lungs. Authorities in China's Hubei province reported a dramatic spike in coronavirus cases on Thursday, 14,840 new cases. It was the most cases reported in a single day since the outbreak began in December. The Hubei Health Commission also reported an additional 242 people had died. But the virus didn't suddenly become more aggressive. Instead, Hubei officials said they changed the way they count cases. Rather than relying only on blood tests, which are in limited supply and can take days to yield results, officials have started including diagnoses made via CT scans in their daily case totals. The scans are considered less thorough than a blood test, but the New York Times reported last week that doctors in Wuhan, where the virus originated, are running short on test kits. Patients diagnosed via CT scan, what Chinese officials call clinically diagnosed cases, present symptoms of the virus in their lungs, but either haven't been lab tested or died before the test could be administered. The latest figures suggest the virus has killed at least 1,370 people and infected more than 60,000 in total. The number is expected to rise significantly as CT scans capture more cases in the coming days. Here's what physicians look for in the scans. Normal lungs should appear black on CT scan. I'm gonna get my little pen tool here. Give it to me. Pen. Okay, here we go. So, normal lungs should appear black on CT scan. See how we've got black, we've got a lung nodule here, obviously lung nodule here, lung nodule here. Those are all benign, not a big deal. Here's your heart, here's your right lung, here's your left lung, okay? So that's what a normal lung looks like, right? Oh, okay, now I need to take off my drawing tool because I'm doing too much. Okay, well. Then, common to have small masses of tissue or lung nodules that show up as tiny white dots. But coronavirus scans tend to have white patches that radiologists refer to as ground glass opacity. Okay, so we've got this. Here is one of them right here. This is the ground glass opacity. Okay, there it is. And then here's obviously where they put another one. And you see how it gets all white and fuzzy all the way through. Okay, that's a hallmark. We see, come on. We see over here, oh goodness, it just doesn't stop. Okay, now we gotta take it off, undo. Clear all my drawings. Okay, so you see how they did that and it goes all the way through. It kind of looks like fake glass that has been ground up. Paris Lakhani, a radiologist at Thomas Jefferson University, told Business Insider. What it represents is fluid in the lung spaces. So see how we kind of told you guys that the fluid would come in and then literally constrict your breathing? This is what we're seeing on CT scan. On its own, Lakhani said, ground glass isn't particularly helpful for identifying coronavirus. You can see it with all types of infections, bacterial, viral, or sometimes even non-infectious cases, Lakhani said. Even vaping could sometimes appear this way. So let's think about that. You may not even have coronavirus, and technically they could be, So what are we actually looking for, right? He said, but the patches are significant when they extend to the edges of the patient's lungs. That's something we don't often see. We saw that with severe acute respiratory syndrome, SARS. We saw that with Middle East respiratory syndrome, MERS. Both SARS and MERS are also coronaviruses. An outbreak of the former in China resulted in 8,000 cases and 774 deaths from November 2002 to July 2003. An analysis of nearly 140 coronavirus scans said patches of ground glass on both lungs were a hallmark of the virus. So here's computed tomography images on day 5 after symptom onset. You can see lots of ground glass opacity, lots of it almost all the way in the lungs. Here's your heart again. So then we got right lung, left lung, heart. Computed tomography images after treatment on day 19 of symptom onset. You see that some of that ground glass opacity is clearing up. It's not so throughout all of the lungs. You kind of see some changes there. See a couple of the nodules, see that going on. But you do see a stark difference, right? So researchers analyzed the scan from patients at Zhongnan Hospital of Wuhan University, the majority of whom were older men with pre-existing health problems. The images above are scans from a 52-year-old patient. The first group of scans, group A, were taken on January 7th, 5 days after the patient started displaying symptoms. They showed patches of ground glass at bottom of the lungs. The man was put on life support from January 7th through 12th. After that, his condition seemed to improve. The second set of scans, group B, were taken January 21st to show that many of the white patches either shrunk or disappeared. Many patients tended to worsen quickly. Their ground glass patches became more pronounced after a few days. For instance, here's A, here's the ground glass opacity going all the way to the bottom of the lobe of the lung. Here's this one on this side. And then B, this is probably after a couple more days. You can see they've gotten larger, longer, but still kind of creep on that edge there of the lung on both sides. Okay. So a 33-year-old woman arrived at the hospital in Lanzhou, China with a fever and a 5-day-old cough. Her temperature was 102 degrees Fahrenheit. Her breathing was coarse, and she had a low white blood cell count, a sign of infection. Now, I have an issue with that. High white blood cell counts usually show infection. I don't know if this is a translation or what they're trying to say here. Is this something exclusive to coronavirus? We're going to have to watch that. An initial CT scan, researchers at the First Hospital of Lanzhou University found the recognizable white ground glass patches in the lower corner of her lung. They gave her a protein used to treat viral infections called interferon. But 3 days later, and further into her treatment, the patches were more pronounced. Lakhani said the same thing occurred in SARS patients. If you didn't know about this outbreak and you read the scan, you would say, okay, this patient has pneumonia, because that's the most common thing we see. But pneumonia doesn't usually rapidly progress, so it could be ruled out in this case. Let me stop, because you know what? My mother almost died from pneumonia a couple of years ago, and she only had it for like a week and then almost died. So,
I did too.
yeah, right, Ron? Look. See,
Yeah.
so I don't like that.
I don't
Because that opens up the door, like some people have said, like even John Rappaport, like there's no disease. That opens up the door that there's no disease, because let's think about this. If it looks just like pneumonia, why isn't it pneumonia? You see, so I have a hard time with this clinical diagnosing through CT scan and also just taking everybody who has flu symptoms, because here they talk about pneumonia, but then they're taking flu symptoms. Wouldn't you want to take both flu and pneumonia patients to scan? In my opinion, if the symptoms are similar, right? So they say scans from a 27-year-old woman who worked in Wuhan showed a ground glass halo, white patches that surround a small nodule. Okay. So researchers at Anhui Medical University in Hefei, China, examined the woman after she was admitted for fever and cough. Her breathing was also coarse. The ground glass halo they found to be a distinguishing feature of viral infections and pneumonia, the researchers said. After 4 days in the hospital, the nodule had grown. As you can see on the right, larger nodule there. Okay. So then they say some patients exhibited a crazy paving pattern, which refers to little lines inside the ground glass patches. Okay, so we can see those here, A, B, C, and D. A study across 21 patients across the 3 Chinese provinces found 4 patients with a crazy paving pattern in their scans. It almost looks like a cobblestone road. Sometimes when we see it, it's everywhere. The whole lung has it, but to see it in a few small areas is a little less common, a little more unusual. The pattern has also happened in some SARS and MERS scans. Another study of patients who recovered from coronavirus suggested that the crazy paving could be common among patients with milder cases. Shanghai's study also identified a mesh-like pattern called reticulation, which is visible in the scan of a 75-year-old man. Again, you can see it here, in this lung up here, all the way to the edge of the lung, going towards the bottom, again, all the way to the edge of the lung, going towards the bottom. Researchers at Shanghai Public Health Clinical Center analyzed this patient scan 3 days after the man was admitted to the hospital. In addition to ground glass, it shows a web-like reticulation pattern, a sign of lung damage commonly associated with acute respiratory distress syndrome, ARDS. A recent study in The Lancet found that the coronavirus can lead to ARDS, which is often fatal. According to the Shanghai researchers, 22% of the 50 patients they had looked at displayed reticulation on their scans. Around 77% had ground glass patches, while nearly 60% had consolidation, lung tissue that filled with liquid instead of air. So let's just think about how awful that is. The Shanghai researchers ultimately determined that 3 components are needed to diagnose a coronavirus patient: fever and/or cough, ground glass patches in both lungs, and a history of exposure to individuals from Wuhan, which now we know that's out the window.
Exactly.
Okay, so that cases are already falling off because people who have not come in contact with anybody who's even been to China get it.
It's amazing.
How do you explain that?
Yeah.
So so the coronavirus doesn't always show up in scans right away. We cannot rely on CT alone to fully exclude the presence of the virus. Michael Chung, the lead author of the Lanzhou study, said on February 3rd. Lakhani said CT scans are one of 4 or 5 things needed to make a diagnosis, along with symptoms, clinical history, the progression of the disease, and the laboratory test. And so that is the end of that article. I found it very interesting. You know, like they said, largest study of coronavirus patients so far suggests it could take up to 24 days after exposure for symptoms to show. Very, very interesting. That's the one thing I can say. I found that article fascinating. I wanted to share it with you all. I found it to be something that if you see that now in your own scans, you can now at least be proactive and know. I think it's important with something like this that is so unknown. Maybe if there's just something, if you happen to catch this, that if you were to need hospitalization and they show you the CT scan and you're like, oh no, or you can say, I don't have it. You know, you can argue your way out of it even, you know. If you've studied more than your doctor, they're going to have to question you when you say, well, how come I don't have, you know, this or that or this or that? And you need these things to quantify a diagnosis. And you don't have those parts.
This is just another way to have more research available at your fingertips.
Yep.
So you'll know what to do. And when
Make
to
a good
do it.
decision. Yeah, absolutely. Because there really is no treatment, there really is no cure. We have to know all there is to know at this point to make good decisions. And,
That's right.
you know, I mean, we don't have time to research this.
No,
We got to do it on the fly. You know, while people are dying, while the frontline people in Wuhan, while, you know, there was reports of lots of smoke in the air today in Wuhan, China. You know, few cities have declared wartime. Oh, also, I pulled up one last article. Bloomberg. Hold on, let's open this up because I have one more article. Bloomberg, which I thought this was really kind of important. And I don't know how other people will feel about this. But here we go. China quarantines cash to sanitize old banknotes from virus. Now,
oh gosh.
yeah. So I feel like, okay, now you guys are taking all the available cash people could have. Like,
Exactly.
hold on. After you guys just pumped $173 billion from the Chinese central bank back into the economy. So the new coronavirus has restricted millions of Chinese people to their homes and towns, and now old banknotes are being quarantined. The government cut off the transfer and allocation of old banknotes across provinces and between cities most affected by the deadly outbreak, according to Fan Yifi, People's Bank of China's deputy governor. The central bank also ramped up measures to sanitize old money to reduce contagion and added 600 billion yuan, 85.9 billion for new cash in Hubei, the epicenter of the coronavirus. Money from key virus hit areas will be sanitized with ultraviolet rays or heated and locked up for at least 14 days before it is distributed again. Fan said at a press conference on Saturday, money circulated in less riskier areas is subject to a week of quarantine, and commercial lenders have been asked to separate cash from hospitals and food markets. Interesting. So the share of cash in broad money supply has dropped steadily in recent years in China, with the rise of mobile payments largely replacing banknotes in daily life. Older people still tend to prefer using banknotes for day-to-day transactions. I just feel like this is a way to make it hard on people than not have access to cash. You know, cities have already locked down where you're not even allowed to leave your apartment anymore, so you can't even go to the store anymore, so you can't even get food anymore. And now any cash that you bring to the store then won't be recirculated back into you. And then who's to say they don't recirculate it because they say, oh no, all the money has the coronavirus on it. That's how I feel with that. I just feel like, oh, okay, because cash is a way to strangle the people.
Yep.
You know? Or what if somebody has hordes of cash in their house? They can go and take all their yuan. Did you see the guy who was throwing yuan out of his window?
Yeah.
That was interesting.
It's wild.
I mean, you're bored. I mean, some of those people have been locked up now for 45 plus days. Okay, I don't blame them. You know, there was a guy running around with like a butcher knife and stuff. And it's like, I mean, people are going to lose their mind, unfortunately. You know, they're not thinking about the mental health of all the people stuck inside. You know, they don't even let people be on balconies. You know, it doesn't make sense. You know, they're literally putting them like rats in cages and then expecting them to act.
That's exactly how it feels.
Yeah. You don't act nice when you're a rat in a cage, okay? Sometimes you want to bite. And I hope the Chinese people are able to come to some sort of rising up. But I feel like a lot of them have been beat down for so long that they can't.
That's the issue. Those people have been beat down for so long, and that's one of the things that I have watched over the years, and why I said the things last night that I said.
Yep.
We have to take it serious.
Well, we know the Chinese government does lots of sketchy things. We know that they have complete autonomous control. We know that they're holding people right now in re-education camps.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, a country who feels, now, whether they're right or wrong, it's not up to us to say, but I don't think that re-educating people from their beliefs is necessarily fitting. And you know what was interesting? They talked about last year how China was going to actually even rewrite the Bible to have like communist ties and things. Yeah, they're just trying to erase any sense of hope, any sense of community, any sense of anything besides worshiping the party. And I just don't think that's a good idea. You lose, if they have studied history, which the Chinese have been around for a long time in history, they should know that complete autonomous control is not the way to go. In other dynasties, when they had people who promoted peace and prosperity, the dynasties lasted, and they lasted longer.
Right.
You know,
that's what they're trying to do here in the United States too.
Yeah, you can't
erase
people with
books. Erase history books, erase our history. So they said, well, the new generation doesn't have to know that. Bull crap.
You just erased history? I just have a real problem with this. Like, okay, so we're allowed to erase history, and then further generations don't get to know. How do we know? This is why I have an issue with up until now, why Red and I research history a lot, because up until now, how do we know how many times they've already changed it?
Bingo.
Yeah.
Bingo.
If they feel they can do it now, they've been doing it.
Yeah.
And that's how academia works, though. You know, they've admitted that they know, because every 4 years they can kind of change curriculums and change what people are learning. They can kind of shift focus and attention. So then by, 1 or 2 generations, everybody who's come out of school learning this now overtakes the rest of the people coming, from actually knowing it. It's a crazy time to be alive, you guys. Whether it's the locusts that now are in India and in Pakistan, or in Africa, or the red blood rivers, or the storms, or snowstorms, or blizzards, or rain, or volcanoes. What a time to be alive.
I agree.
What a time. So, stick with us. And, we're going to try to keep you updated as much as we can, God willing, for as long as we can.
Exactly. And thank you all for being with us tonight. Thanks goes out to those people that called us tonight. We appreciate that. We're going to have that number available so you can call our show. And hopefully towards the last half hour of the show every day, we're going to have that number opened up so you guys can call, talk to us, give us information, or just say hi.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just come and say hello. We appreciate it.
We do. Anyway, folks, God bless you. Do know that we love you. Thank you for joining us. And as Walter Cronkite would say, and that's the way it is. Saturday, February 15th, 2020. For Emergency Management Associates, this is Ron and Scarlett. Have a great night, folks. God bless you. See you
Good night,
soon.
everyone.
Good night.